Oh, as I was going over the Cock and Kerry mountains, I met Captain Farrell and his money he was counting. I first produced my pistol and then produced my rapier, saying, "Stand and deliver, for the devil he may take ya." Rim ramadoo ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I counted out his money, and it made a pretty penny. I put it in my pocket, and I brought it home to Jenny. She swore she'd never leave me, well, never would she deceive me. The devil take that woman, and oh, you never would be easy. Bashir and Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, being drunk and weary, I went to Jenny's chamber, and taking Jenny with me now, I never knew the danger. At about 6 or 7, well, in came Captain Farrell, and firing both my pistols, I killed him with both barrels. Bashir Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, some men they like fishing, and some men they like fowling, and some men like to hear a cannonball a-rolling. Now me, I just like sleeping, especially in Jenny's chamber. Yet here I am in prison, here I am with a ball and chain ya. Bashir Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Here we go! Yeah! Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, if any man can save me, it's my brother in the army. If I could find a station down in Cork or in Killarney, well, I'm sure he'll come and join me. We'll go. I'll engage and treat me sweeter than me dearest darling Jenny. Bashir and Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Bashir and Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I'll tell me ma when I go home, the boys won't leave the girls alone. They pulled my hair and stole my comb, well that's alright till I go home. She is handsome, she is pretty, she's the belle of Belfast City. Who she caught in 1, 2, 3, please will you tell me who is she? Albert Mooney says he loves her, and all the boys are fighting for her. Knock on the door and ring on the bell, oh my true love, are you well? Out she comes as white as snow, rings on the fingers and bells on the toes. Old Johnny Murray says she'll die if she doesn't get the fella with the roving eye. And the rain and the hail blow high, snow come tumbling from the sky. She's as nice as apple pie, she'll get her own lad by and by. When she gets a lad of her own, she won't tell them more when she comes home. Let them all come as they will, it's Albert Mooney she loves still. Well, I'll tell me ma when I go home, the boys won't leave the girls alone. They pulled my hair, stole my comb, well that's alright till I go home. She is handsome, she is pretty, she's the belle of Belfast City. Who she caught in 1, 2, 3, please will you tell me who is she?
a young boy, they called me Coachy Lad. I sang the songs of Ireland, but I sang them rather bad. And me mother didn't like it, she told me it was cat. And halfway through the Galway shawl, she hit me with a baseball bat. I've been beat up in Killarney, I've been stabbed in Limerick town. In County Clare I didn't dare, they said they'd gun me down. In Dublin City, Ballymun, I was trampled by a horse. And by the time I got to Skibbereen, it was even bloody worse. I'm going away, hey, to the USA, I'm going away, hey, to the USA. Well, I love you, dear old Ireland, and you know I love you best. But I'm up to sing the Irish songs out in the Wild West. I joined the local choir boys, it was bringing me to tears. But when I looked up at Father Ted, he was bleeding from the ears. He took me to one side and said, "This isn't what we want. If you come back here with a voice like that, I'll drown you in the font." I've been beat up in Killarney, I've been stabbed in Limerick town. In County Clare I didn't dare, they said they'd gun me down. In Dublin City, Ballymun, I was trampled by a horse. And by the time I got to Skibbereen, it was even bloody worse. I'm going away, way, to the USA, I'm going away, way, to the USA. Well, I love you, dear old Ireland, and you know I love you true. I'm just hoping the Americans don't beat me black and blue. I landed in America, and I didn't have a dime. But the one thing kept me going was that my voice was in its prime. I sang the fields of Athenry, I sang the Derriere, and now I'm in the back of a Cadillac, and I'm a millionaire. I'm the king of New York City, I got the key to Boston town. And when I go up to Chicago, the women pull me trousers down. I've got a Winnebago and a Harley Davidson. The people in America think I am number one. I'm gonna stay in the USA. I'm gonna stay in the USA. I love you, dear old Ireland, you know I love you best. But I'm out just singing Irish songs out in the Wild West. Yeehaw! Oh, winter was broad in the high hills and mountains, and dark with the clouds o'er the deep rolling sea. I first spied the lassie as daylight was dawning, when she was asking the road to sweet Carnlough Bay. Says I, me wee lassie, I can and will tell you, oh, how many miles and how far it might be. But if you'll consent, I'll convey you to be there, and I'll show you the road to sweet Carnlough Bay. Go down by the churchyard, cross over the river, and down past the gravestones and on to the sea. We'll stop at Pat Tamil's and have a wee drop there, and I'll show you the road to sweet Carnlough Bay. Here's a health to Pat Tamil, likewise the wee lassie, and every laddie that's listening to me. Oh, there, turn your back on your bonny wee lassie, when she's asking the road to sweet Carnlough Bay. And mountains, and dark were the clouds o'er the deep rolling sea. I first spied the lassie as daylight was dawning, when she was asking the road to sweet Carnlough Bay. She was asking the road to sweet Carnlough Bay. She was asking the road to sweet Carnlough Bay. And the ladies on the ragga-tagga gypsy, oh. Well, she slipped up a dress of finest silk and put on a hose of leather, oh. The ragga-tagga tags around the door, then she's up with the ragga-tagga gypsy, oh. Well, it was late last night that the Lord came home, inquiring for his lady, oh. All the girls said, on every single hand, she's gone with the ragga-tagga gypsy band. Saddle for me, my milk-white steed, for my big horses and not speedy, yo. I go and find the newly wedded bride who was run for the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo. Oh, well, he rode high, he rode low, he rode south and north also, till he came to the wide open field and spied that lovely lady, yo. Leave your home and your land, and why did you leave your money, yo? Why did you leave the newly wedded lord to be up with the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo? She said, what care I for the home and the land, and what care I for the money, yo? What care I for my newly wedded lord, when I'd rather have the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo? Now, last night you slept and you goosed by the bed, the sheets turned down so bravely, yo. Tonight you'll be in the cold open field in the arms of the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo. She She said the walk arrived by my goose for the bell, but me sheets turned down so bravely, oh. Tonight I'll be in the cold of a field in the arms of the breathtaking gypsy, oh. Oh, you rode high when I rode low. You rode south when I rode north. I'd rather have the kiss on my yellow gypsy's lips and a miss me raggle-tagging gypsy, oh. Here we go! La 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 la.
Well, I've been a wild rover for many's the year, and I spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with the golden great store, and I never will play the wild rover no more. Sure, it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kill.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. Well, I came to an alehouse I used to frequent, and I told the landlady my money was spent. Well, I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. She said custom like yours I could have any day, and it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kill.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never. I pulled up from me pockets 10 sovereigns bright, and the landlady's eyes opened wide with delight. She said, I have the whiskey, the wines of the best, and the words I just told you were only in jest. Sure, it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kill.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. Here we go! And it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kill.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. I'll go home to me parents, confess what I've done, and I'll ask them to pardon their prodigal son. Oh, and when they've caressed me as a time before, I never will play the wild rover no more. Sure, it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kill.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. One last time. It's no, nay, never.
Right up your kill.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. In the merry month of May, from first to home I started, left the girls a tomb so sad and broken hearted, saluted father dear, kissed me darling mother, drank a pint of beer, my grief and tears to smother. Then after reap the corn, leave where I was born, cut the stout black thorn, the banished ghost and goblin, brand new pair of brogues, rattling over the bogs, frightening all the dogs, on the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the hare and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin, back for Aldida. Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity, soon to be deprived of view of that fine city. When I took a stroll, all among the quality, something from me stole. In the deep locality, something crossed me mind. When I looked behind, no bundle could I find. Upon me stick a wobble inquiring for the road. They said me Connacht Road wasn't much in vogue. On the rocky road to Dublin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the hair and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin, whack for Aldita. From there I got away, my spirit never failing. Landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. The captain at me roared, said the room Paddy. Soon I jumped aboard a cabin found for Paddy. Down among the pigs, played some hearty rigs, danced some hearty jigs. The water round me bubbling up the Holyhead. I wish myself was dead, or better far instead. On the rocky road to Dublin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the hair and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin, whack for Aldita. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the hair and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way from Dublin back for Aldita. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, my blood began to boil. Temper I was losing for all their entire. They began to abuse their army, so should I, Shillelagh Island fight. Some Galway boys come by and saw myself a wobbling with a loud array. Jumped in the affray and quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the hair and turn it down the rocky road, all the way for Dublin. Whack for Aldita, whack for Aldita, whack for Aldita. Woo!
When you're standing by the ocean and you're looking to the west, like an old man once told me, there's a feeling that you get. When that feeling is of sorrow or of love that life denies, I'll play seashells to your ears and put pennies on your eyes. Now with those seashells you will hear all the tears of the world. With those pennies you will find just what life's really worth. When I'm standing on this headland and my spirit's on the sea, through the deep blue velvet sky, a star burns out for me. But seashells and pennies are all I can give. You can't live a life that's already lived. Will the seashells still sound the same when the pennies roll down the drain, and the one that you've loved is dying and drifting away? And the fire that drives you has gone out this day. when your feeling is of sorrow or love that life denies, I'll play seashells to your ears and put pennies on your eyes. But seashells and pennies are all I can give. You can't live a life that's already lived. But seashells all sound the same when the pennies roll down the drain, and the one that you loved is dying and drifting away. And the fire that drives you has gone out this day. As I went home on a Monday night, as drunk could be, I saw a horse outside me door, where my old horse should be. Well, I called me wife and said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns that horse outside the door, where my old horse should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely pig me mother said to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but a pig with a saddle on I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Tuesday night, as drunk could be, I saw a coat behind me door, where my old coat should be. Well, I called me wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns that coat behind the door, where my old coat should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely blanket that me mother said to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but buttons in the blanket, well, I never saw before. Well, as I went home on a Wednesday night, as drunk could be, I saw a pipe upon me chair, where my old pipe should be. I called me wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns that pipe upon the chair, where my old pipe should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely tin whistle me mother said to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but tobacco in a tin whistle, well, I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Thursday night, as drunk could be, I saw 2 boots beneath the bed, where my 2 boots should be. Well, I called me wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns those boots beneath the bed, where my 2 boots should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely geranium pots me mother said to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, with laces in geranium pots I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Friday night, as drunk could be, I saw a little head upon the bed, where my little head should be. I called me wife and I said to her, Will you kindly tell to me who owns that head upon the bed where my little head should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely baby boy me mother sent to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but a baby boy with his whiskers on I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Saturday night, as drunk could be, I saw 2 hands upon my wife's breasts, where my 2 hands should be. I called my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns those hands upon your breasts, where my 2 hands should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old devil, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely plate 6 bar my mother sent to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, well, a plate 6 bar with fillings on I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Sunday night, as drunk could be, Lord, I saw a little thing whittling around upon the bed where my little thing should be. I called me wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns that thing upon the bed where my little thing should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely sausage me mother said to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but a sausage with a sou'wester on I never saw before. La 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 la. Hey! Dublin's first city, where the girls are so pretty, I first laid my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Was a fishmonger, and sure 'twas no wonder, for so were her mother and father before. And they both wheeled their barrows through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. No one could save her, and that was the end of poor Molly Malone. Now her ghost wheels a barrow through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Oh, the lark in the morning, she rises off her nest and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy, she whistles and she sings, and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wings. Well, Roger the ploughboy, he is a dashing blade, goes whistling and singing down through the leafy glade. He met with Dark-eyed Susan, she's handsome, I declare, and far more exciting than the birds all in the air. The lark in the morning, she rises up her nest, she comes home in the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy she whistles and she sings, and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wing. Well, as they were coming home through the rakes of the town, the grass had been all mown and the hay had been good town. Well, let your chance to tumble all in the new moon hay. Oh, kiss me now or never, love, the bonny lass did say. The lark in the morning she rises up her nest, and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy she whistles and she sings, and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wings. Long weeks they were over and they passed. Her mammy asked the reason why she tickled round the waist. It was the handsome ploughboy, the handsome girl did say. They called me for to tumble all in the new moon hay. The lark in the morning she rises up her nest, she comes home in the evening with the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy she whistles and she sings, she comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wings. It's a health to all you ploughboys wherever you may be, that likes to have your bonny lasses sitting on your knee. With a pint of good strong porter you'll whistle and you'll sing, for a ploughboy is as happy as a prince or as a king. The lark in the morning she rises up her nest, she comes home in the evening with the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy she whistles and she sings, she comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wings.
Well, in the year of our Lord 1806, we set sail for the cold Keokuk. We were sailing away with a cargo of bricks for the Grand City Hall in New York, with an element craft for it fore and aft. Oh, how the wild waves drove her. She had 23 masts and stood several blasts, and they called her the Irish Rover. Well, there was Barney McGee from the banks of the Lee. There was Hogan from County Tyrone. There was Johnny McGurk, who was scared stiff of work, and your man from Westmeath called Malone. There was Slugger O'Toole, drunk as a roll, and fighting Bell Tracy from Dover, and your man Mick McCann from the banks of the Ban, and the skipper of the Irish Rover. We had 1 million bags of the best Sligo rags, and 2 million barrels of bone, 3 million bales of old nanny goats' tails, and 4 million barrels of stone, 5 million hogs, 6 million dogs, 7 million barrels of porter. We had 8 million sides of all blind horses' hides in the hold of the Irish Rover. Sailed 7 years, the measles broke out, the ship lost its way in the fog, and the whole of the crew was reduced down to 2, just myself and the captain's old dog. The ship struck a rock, hey! Oh what a shock, hey! Oh it turned right over. Ah well, it turned 9 times around, and the poor old dog was drowned. 2, 3, and the last of the Irish Rovers.
Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the flowers lay dying. 'Tis you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed or white with snow. 'Tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh Danny boy, I love you so. And if you come when all the flowers are dying, and I am dead as dead I may well be, you'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave there for me. And I shall hear the soft church tread above me, and all my dreams will warmer, sweeter be. And if you bend and tell me that you love me, then I shall sleep in peace until you come to me. White with snow, 'tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh Danny boy, I love you so. P stands for Paddy, I suppose. J is for my love, John. And the W stands for false will yo. Johnny is the fairest man. Oh, as I went out the other day to take a pleasant walk, I sat myself down upon an old stone wall to hear two lovers talk. I had to hear what they might say, my dear, to hear what they might say, so that I might learn a little more about love before I go my And it's P stands for Paddy, I suppose. J is for my love, John. The W stands for false will yo. Johnny is the fairest man. Johnny is the fairest man, my dear. Johnny is the fairest man. And I don't care what anybody says, but Johnny is the fairest man. Yeah. Well, come and sit you down upon my knee before we're out of time. For I know you've another little lad, and now your heart's not mine. Oh, well, no, my heart's not yours, she said. Now we're out of time. For I do have another little lad, and now my heart's not mine. And it's P stands for Paddy, I suppose. J is for my love, John. And the W stands for false will yo. Johnny is the fairest man. Johnny is the fairest man, my dear. Johnny is the fairest man. And I don't care what anybody says, for Johnny is the fairest man. Well, now I'll go and I'll climb a tall, tall tree and steal the wild bird's nest. For when I come back down again, I'll know which girl's the best. But if you don't love me, I'll sail far away, go off and fight the war. And I will be in America, Spain, and I'll come back no more. And it's P stands for Paddy, I suppose. J is for my love, John. And the W stands for false will yo. Johnny is the fairest man. Johnny is the fairest man, my dear. Johnny is the fairest man. And I don't care what anybody says, for Johnny is the fairest man. Oh, Johnny is the fairest man, my dear. Johnny is the fairest man. And I don't care what anybody says, Johnny is the fairest man. Here we go, lads. Young boy, they called me Coachy Lad. I sang the songs of Ireland, but I sang them rather bad. And me mother didn't like it, she told me it was cat. And halfway through the Galway shawl, she hit me with a baseball bat. I've been beat up in Killarney, I've been stabbed in Limerick town. In County Clare I didn't dare, they said they'd gun me down. In Dublin City, Ballymun, I was trampled by a horse. And by the time I got to Skibbereen, it was even bloody worse. I'm going away, hey, to the USA, I'm going away, hey, to the USA. Well, I love you, dear old island, and you know I love you best. Well, I'm up to sing the Irish songs out in the Wild West. I joined a local choir boys, it was bringing me to tears. But when I looked up at Father Ted, he was bleeding from the ears. He took me to one side and said, "This isn't what we want. If you come back here with a voice like that, I'll drown you in the font." I've been beat up in Killarney, I've been stabbed in Limerick town. In County Clare I didn't dare, they said they'd gun me down. In Dublin City, Ballymun, I was trampled by a horse. And by the time I got to Skibbereen, it was even bloody worse. I'm going away, way, to the USA, I'm going away, way, to the USA. Well, I love you, dear old island, and you know I love you true. I'm just hoping the Americans don't beat me black and blue. America, and I didn't have a dime. But the one thing kept me going was that my voice was in its prime. I sang the fields of Athenry, I sang the Derriere, and now I'm in the back of a Cadillac, and I'm a millionaire. I'm the king of New York City, I got the key to Boston town, and when I go up to Chicago, the women pull me trousers down. I've got a Winnebago and a Harley Davidson. The people in America think I am number one. I'm gonna stay in the USA. I'm gonna stay in the USA. I love you, dear old Ireland. You know I love you best. But I'm out just singing Irish songs out in the Wild West. Yeehaw!
Céad Míle Fáilte, 100,000 welcomes. This is a familiar greeting used all over Ireland, and as any visitor to the Emerald Isle will know, it's a promise that the Irish certainly know how to live up to. And you'll be sure to find that for every one of those welcomes there'll be stories, myths and legends in equal measure to delight and entertain you. Whether you're listening to a native storyteller in one of the many much-loved pubs with a pint of something refreshing at hand, or travelling the countryside discovering romantic castles, dramatic coastlines, crumbling ancient churches, peat bogs, moors, mountains, mysterious fort rings, and inexplicable standing stones, the tales are endless, and as you're about to discover, completely addictive. When it comes to unravelling the myths and legends of Ireland, just like the traditional stories of practically every culture, the biggest problem comes when trying to differentiate between fact and fiction. But then, never let it be said that the truth should ever be allowed to get in the way of a good story. Part of the joy of Irish heritage comes from the myriad of larger-than-life characters scattered the length and breadth of the country. And if you feel that some of the tales told here deserve to be taken with an equally large pinch of salt, then so be it. However, take great care when travelling the highways and byways of Ireland to show due deference to the fairy folk that live beneath the green mounds of the rolling hills and the deep waters of the rippling lochs. For example, that most famous of the little people, the leprechaun, faces total extinction every time an unbeliever airs his views. Be careful not to utter the suggestion that leprechauns don't exist, as for some people this is highly offensive, because each time such sceptical words are spoken, another leprechaun will die. Why anyone would want to preserve one of these rather bad-tempered, tiny old shoemakers dressed in traditional green may seem one of the very greatest of Irish mysteries. But as you journey around the countryside, make sure you listen out for the tapping sound of the leprechaun shoehammer. Because if you should ever hear anything of the kind, good fortune may well come to bless you and yours. It's common knowledge throughout all Ireland that a leprechaun possesses a hidden pot of gold, and if caught, he can be forced by fair means or foul to give up his treasure to his captor. Catching a leprechaun's tough enough, but hanging on to one is almost impossible. Take your eyes off a leprechaun for a split second is all he needs to vanish from sight forever. and all hopes of finding his fortune will disappear with him into the ether. So maybe it's worth putting your logical thought process to one side and letting your imagination run wild, because after all, you've got nothing to lose, and who knows what you might gain. That said though, there are plenty who pour gentle scorn on the leprechaun, as being nothing more than a whimsical entertainment for the many visitors who seek out the pleasures of the Irish countryside. But like most things in Ireland, if you delve a little bit deeper, you'll find a richer reward way beyond anything you might have expected. In Ireland, there are two types of history. There are the mortal men and women, the high kings, the brave warriors and writers, musicians and painters that have recorded the turbulent times of the real progress of Ireland for posterity. Then alongside this indisputable timeline, you'll discover the magical, mysterious history of the fairy kings and queens, born of the gods and known collectively as Tuatha De Danann. Legend has it that when Ireland was conquered by ancient invaders, the gods were driven underground, taking the form of fairies, to dwell in the twisting palatial labyrinths deep under the earth. As you look at the rolling landscape of Ireland today, let the country's magic sweep you along. The fact that there might be fairy folk living beneath your feet does add an extra dimension to this truly splendid place. When it comes to romance, there's no better place on God's earth to be than at the lakeshore of one of Ireland's beautiful lochs. Here the stories of Tír the land of eternal youth, echo all around the deep rippling waters where the fairy folk and any mortals transported there will live for all time, untouched by the ravages of age. Take a long lingering look at the stunning Loch Corrib, Ireland's second largest lake, where one of the most famous tales of Tír is told. Cormac, a young hero, stood here day and night, lamenting the loss of his love Mary, a beautiful maiden stolen away by the fairy folk and held captive below Loch Corrib's glassy surface. Not another soul believed his story, declaring Mary to have drowned in a tragic accident. She is not dead. She has no grave. She lives beneath Loch Corrib's water, and in the murmur of each wave methinks I catch the songs I taught her. This was the constant cry of Cormac as he sat wailing for his lovely Mary. Now everybody in Ireland will tell you that the fairy folk have little patience with such fanciful nonsense, and one night they arrived in spirit form to confront Cormac, hoping to rid themselves of his moaning and groaning by terrifying him away. But Cormac was made of sterner stuff, and he bravely stood firm, yelling, "Christ save her soul!" With fierce yells and fiendish shrieks, the fairies had no counterattack and vanished immediately from sight. Cormac had broken their spell forever, and Mary was at last restored to him, a gentle wave washing her familiar form to the waiting arms of her faithful lover. Moving southwards to the spectacular Killarney lakeland, who could fail to be impressed by the magical Loch Lean? Again, romance just blows in the air here, with the reports of the beautiful, ageless, whimsical spirits of Tiernanog actually appearing above the water on May Day each year to commemorate the disappearance of the great chieftain O'Donoghue to the land of eternal youth. O'Donoghue was a wise, fair and brave leader, much loved by his people, and in true Irish fashion was famous far and wide for the great feasts he threw at his castle, where hospitality was his speciality. A banquet was laid before the guests as usual, but on this particular occasion an eerie hush fell over the proceedings as O'Donoghue went into a trance, predicting the future with all the authority of Nostradamus for those around him. Rapt with attention, the crowd watched aghast as O'Donoghue rose from his throne to walk mesmerised to the lake shore. Reaching the land's end with a solemn, measured, majestic tread, he stepped out onto the glassy or rippling surface and quite literally walked upon the water. Once at the centre of the lake, O'Donoghue appeared to return to reason, turned to his friends, raised his hands in a triumphant greeting, and promptly disappeared beneath the waves. This was the last that was seen of the great O'Donoghue in mortal guise, whisked away to Tiernanog for the rest of eternity. Anyone fortunate enough to stand at the lakeside on a May morning as the sun's rays waked the sleeping countryside might well see a rolling wave carrying the ghostly warrior O'Donoghue astride a magnificent phantom steed across the water. A host of floating, graceful, ethereal maidens always accompany him, dancing and singing celestial music in the early morning mists. It's said that those who have reported seeing O'Donoghue and his beautiful entourage are never sure if they've actually seen the spirit of the much revered hero, or whether the magical atmosphere of the mystical water has bewitched them into a dream of utmost aesthetic charm from which they never want to wake. So at one end of the scale of Irish myths and legends, you have the wee tiny fairy folk, but Ireland's nothing if not a land of complete contrasts. And when it comes to giants, they have some of the most spectacular specimens you're likely to find anywhere in the world. The evidence of their existence can be pretty convincing, particularly if you make the journey to the dramatic Antrim coast of Northern Ireland and the magnificent Giant's Causeway. The notable 18th century English writer Dr. Johnson was rather scathing about this stunning landmark, dismissing it as worth seeing but not worth going to see. But perhaps it wasn't the destination that was his problem. Maybe tourist travel of the 1700s was just too perilous an occupation to make even the greatest wonder of the world seem worthy of the effort of getting there. However, when the causeway lies beneath your feet, where tens of thousands of hexagonal columns rise out of the sea. It matters little what anybody else might think, as you can't help but be impressed by this truly wondrous sight. Now I could tell you all about the geological science behind this landform, about the cooling effects of the sea on molten igneous rock. But what the heck, giants are much more fun. The ancient Irish have always claimed that this causeway was built by Finn McCool, quite literally a legend amongst legends. The mighty giant Finn had fallen in love with the Scottish giantess across the Irish Sea. And to reach the huge beauty that had taken his fancy, he started to build the causeway to reach the object of his desires. All was fine, until a Scottish giant, who was also rather partial to the lady in question, took a dim view of the Leviathan Irishman stealing his woman away from under his nose. An almighty battle ensued, involving a great deal of rock-flinging and abuse-hurling, until eventually Finn could find nothing else at hand to throw. With one mighty stride southward, he clawed out an immense lump of County Tyrone and threw it at his menacing Scottish adversary. Unfortunately for Finn, the size of his missile was more than he could fire accurately, and he missed the target by miles. Instead of obliterating his rival as planned, Finn ended up creating the Isle of Man, the result of his misdirected gigantic throw. Where the land had been hacked out of the countryside by Finn, a huge expanse of water formed, and the beautiful and enormous Loch Ness, Ireland's largest lake, came into being. This spot at the water's edge has an impressive dignity in a bleak, windswept setting, and the 18-foot-high cross is a remarkable testament to the tenacity of the 9th century monks who constructed it to glorify their monastery. Having had a chance to see these mighty examples of the great Finn McCool's handiwork, it's well worth investigating the legend of Finn further. Searching out the places associated with Finn will literally take you from one side of Ireland to the other, and a lovelier or more dramatic landscape you'll not be likely to find anywhere. Finn was born the son of a mighty mythical chief, but only after his father had been slain by enemies. The young boy was brought up in secret and tutored by a wise old man who had searched the rivers of Ireland all his life for the salmon of knowledge. This magical fish, if eaten, would grant absolute wisdom, and it had been the old man's ultimate quest. However, when he finally caught the great fish in the fast-flowing River Boyne, things didn't go quite as planned. Finn was handed the salmon to cook for his teacher, but in his haste he burnt his thumb whilst doing so. Finn's reflex action was to suck the afflicted digit, unwittingly receiving the wisdom himself. On realizing what had happened, Finn's mentor knew that his pupil was the one intended for such blessings, and the young hero ate the rest of the fish. You'll often hear Finn McCool referred to as all-knowing, and this is why. But these fishermen here today will be more than happy with whatever they catch. Although there'll never be another salmon of knowledge, some of the greatest fishing in the world is to be had in Ireland, and many travel from great distances to enjoy the experience. Finn McCool grew into a mighty warrior leader who ruled with fairness and wisdom. Like all great mythical heroes, Finn was a real hit with the ladies, and many fell under his hypnotic spell. However, As is often the case with matters of the heart, it was the girl that got away that gives us the most interesting tale. And as we head off to the remarkable craggy slopes of Ben Bulben, the story will unfold. Finn was getting on rather in years, but this did little to quell his appetite for attractive young women, and he was betrothed to the beautiful Grania, the passionate, spirited daughter of a legendary High King. But Grania had set eyes upon the bewitchingly handsome Dermot, blessed by the gods with a love spot on his forehead that made him irresistible to women. Legend has it that poor Dermot's life was an absolute misery, pursued wherever he went by a bevy of persistent beauties smitten by his aphrodisiac charms. Grania was determined to have the lovely Dermot for herself, and after much pleading and begging, he finally agreed to elope with her. Needless to say, the jilted Finn McCool was furious, and not being a man to let such infamy pass by unavenged, he chased the two lovers all over Ireland for 16 long years, until finally reaching the mighty mountain Belbulben. On the top of Belbulben, Dermot's tragic destiny was played out. A wild boar that had already killed 30 men on that fateful morning encountered the fleeing Dermot and charged at him mercilessly. As Dermot lay bleeding, he drove his sword into the boar, killing it outright, and close to death himself, he waited for help. But first on the scene was Finn McCool, ironically the only man in Ireland who could save Dermot, having the magic gift to restore the wounded with a cup of water. Finn looked with contempt upon the gored, mutilated body of the once irresistible Dermot.
"Would that all women in Ireland could see thee now, for thy excellent beauty is turned to ugliness."
With these words, Finn refused to come to the aid of the dying man, leaving his love rival to perish where he lay. Distraught at her loss, Grania vowed revenge upon Finn McCool. But eventually he wooed her, and despite being some years later than planned, he took her back to his fortress on the Hill of Allen as his bride. Today there's little to see at this once famous hill, but the open views around show the significance of such a vantage point. Travelling just a short distance from the Hill of Allen will bring you to the Hill of Tara, once the seat of the majestic High Kings of Ireland. The Gaelic name for Tara means the place with the wide view. And just like the Hill of Allen, this is exactly what you get. And it was from this strategic placement that the ancient Celtic kings defended their right to rule. To this day, the Lia Fail, the Irish stone of destiny, stands at the summit of Tara. If any man wished to lay claim to the title High King of all Ireland, he had to stand upon the stone of destiny, and if he was the country's rightful ruler, the Lia Fail would roar its approval. The great heroes of legend all converged here, and it's interesting to note that there was a real Finn McCool. He was a warrior bodyguard for King Cormac MacArt, High King of Ireland from 218 to 254 AD, at a time when Tara was at the height of its power. It would certainly seem that, like many of the myths and legends from all over the world, there's a degree of truth at the bottom of the stories concerning Finn McCool that have grown to epic proportions over the centuries of telling. With the advent of Christianity and the arrival of Ireland's patron saint, St. Patrick,
in the 5th century, Tara lost much of its political influence. But for successive generations of native Irishmen, the abandoned rolling green hill of Tara becomes a powerful patriotic symbol for the land of their birth. And to this day, the very mention of the place will send many an Irish immigrant misty-eyed wherever he happens to be in the world. Ireland has without doubt had a turbulent history, fighting off a whole range of would-be invaders, and of course in more recent times, battling for independence from the United Kingdom. In 1843, Daniel O'Connell, a much respected latter-day Finn McCool, was raising support for a rebellion against the union with Britain. 1 million people with banners festooned with the colours and imagery of Ireland gathered at the hill of Tara to hear the great man speak. Whatever the rights and wrongs of what's transpired since, historically Daniel O'Connell's rally must have been a spectacle to behold, and looking at the emptiness of today's view, it takes a good imagination to appreciate the drama of the scene. It's always been said that in polite society there are two subjects that should never be mentioned: politics and religion. Having just touched upon politics, we may as well defy convention altogether and risk a legendary foray into religion too. Our next story takes us to the beautiful Glendalough, appropriately named, meaning the Glen of Two Lakes. Ringed by the steeply wooded slope of some stunning mountain scenery, the landscape itself would be sufficient to encourage a regular influx of visitors. But this tranquil beauty spot is one of Ireland's most frequently visited tourist attractions, thanks to the legend of St. Kevin, the colourful Celtic saint who made Glendalough his home. A hermit's cave, hidden high amongst the rocks, was Kevin's chosen abode, where he dedicated his life to prayer and meditation. But just like poor Dermot, he suffered the terrible affliction of being irresistible to women, and he spent much of his time fending off the unwanted, amorous advances of many a local maiden. One persistent beauty caused him so much trouble, he slept even higher up the rock face to avoid her. She foiled his plans by creeping into his bed during the night, and the man of God was so horrified to find her there when he awoke, he pushed her directly into the lake. Another young lady proved not so easy to dislodge from his rocky outcrop, and the virtuous saint needed to throw nettles into her face before she could be tipped unceremoniously into the waters of Glendalough. However, when it came to animals, St. Kevin was much more successful, and he's often known as Ireland's homegrown equivalent to St. Francis of Assisi. On one occasion, whilst removing yet another lusty lady from his sleeping quarters, a blackbird landed and built a nest upon St. Kevin's outstretched hand, this being far more acceptable than a woman in his bed. The saint remained where he stood until the blackbird's eggs had hatched, furthering his reputation for having a close affinity with animals. A wild otter from the lake is also said to have supplied Kevin with fresh salmon daily, as he stood waist deep in the freezing water at his daily devotions and prayers. Whatever the truth of St. Kevin and his exploits, the buildings left here, constructed by his later disciples, are truly lovely. The ruins of a 9th century cathedral are immediately evident, but most visitors head straight for a 2-storied private chapel, now known as St. Kevin's Kitchen, complete with a steeply inclined roof and a small round tower. In the distance, a much larger, magnificent 110-foot-high round tower dominates the landscape, where the monastic followers of St. Kevin were able to take refuge against marauding Vikings so many centuries ago. There are those that complain that Glendalough, deep in the Wicklow Mountains, has been spoiled by the destructive trample of visitors' feet. But a blissful calm still manages to pervade the area, and the place is definitely worth the attention of anyone searching out the myths and legends of Ireland. Although Glendalough is a popular destination on the tourist map of Ireland, our next legend takes us to Blarney Castle, and without doubt, the most famous piece of Irish mythology of them all. Now, it's a well-known fact that if you want to hear a story told properly, you need to ask an Irishman. Because when it comes to charm, eloquence, and let's face it, the gift of the gab, you'll find no equal anywhere else on God's earth. So it's hardly surprising that when a legend promises to endow the believer with the gift of Irish eloquence, thousands flock to give it a try. This is Blarney Castle, just north of Cork, the home of the famous Blarney Stone. And today queues of visitors will wait patiently, hoping that by kissing the 4 feet long, 1 foot wide piece of limestone, they will be blessed with the gift of the gab. It has to be said, it's a pretty precarious business because the stone is embedded 83 feet above the ground, high up in the battlements of a 15th century tower. With a steady nerve, the would-be kissers need to pucker up whilst lying on their backs hanging out of the tower upside down and head first, hoping that the 2 strong fellers gripping their shins don't let go. Having heard the stories of Finn McCool and his Giant's Causeway, not to mention St. Kevin and his fair ladies, you'll no doubt be wondering how on earth this bizarre and quite frankly terrifying tradition came about. The story goes that back in the reign of Queen Elizabeth I of England, the empire-building monarch demanded that Cormac McCarthy, Lord of Blarney, surrender his castle to English rule. McCarthy was a wily old bird, and he came up with all sorts of excuses as to why he shouldn't relinquish his stronghold. But one night he paced the castle's ground, unable to think of one more reason to offer his English overlords. Just as he was about to resign himself to defeat, the Queen of the Fairies appeared before him, saying, "Don't vex yourself, go home and go to sleep, and in the morning get up at dawn and go outside. There, right before you, you'll see a big stone. Kiss it, and you'll never want for again. Cormac did exactly as the fairy had bidden, and sure enough, he was never at a loss for words again. So successful were his remonstrations to the English court that an irate Queen Elizabeth reputedly expostulated, "Blarney, blarney! What he says he never means, and it's usually blarney." This was the birth of a new word in the English language, and to this day, blarney is used to describe a constant, clever, procrastinating babble of talk. As for Cormac McCarthy, he was astute enough to realise that one fast-talking Irishman in the vicinity was quite sufficient, and he went to great pains to haul the magic stone up to the top of his battlements of his castle, to ensure that nobody else could kiss it. But he didn't allow for the power of a growing legend, and the sheer number of visitors who risk at the very least a crick neck, year in year out, is quite astonishing. By the way, if you're worried about the number of germs left here by kissing tourists, all the guidebooks faithfully promise the stone is disinfected at least 4 times a day. The cynical might suggest that through the ages, enterprising castle owners had come up with a legend or two to improve their fiscal prospects. But keeping the balance between survival and exploitation can be a delicate one. Not that commercialisation is always a bad thing, as a visit to the lovely Kilkee Castle, the oldest continually inhabited castle in Ireland, will demonstrate. Kilkee is now a fine hotel, but guests are left in little doubt as to the historical significance of this excellent fortress and the myths and legends that surround it. An unusual carving high upon a wall is worth a further scrutiny, as this is a well-carved example of what's known throughout Ireland as an evil eye stone, depicting a grotesque old hag. The idea was that this would act along the same lines as a lightning conductor, deflecting all outside evil away from the castle and protecting the inhabitants within. But head for the haunted tower of Kilkee Castle, and ghost stories abound despite the presence of the evil eye stone. This legend concerns the 11th Earl of Kildare, better known as the Wizard Earl, who made Kilkee Castle his home in the 1500s. With all the powers of the occult at his disposal, his wife asked him to display to her his magic powers. The wizard warned her that if she showed any fear throughout his demonstration, he would be lost to her forever. As she assured him that she had nerves of steel, he granted her 3 requests. Firstly, the wizard swept the flood up around the castle walls and she showed no fear. Secondly, he transformed into a serpent that twisted around her feet, and again the lady showed no fear. But lastly, the wizard returned as a blackbird to sit upon his wife's shoulder. At that exact moment, a cat hiding in the room sprang out at the blackbird, which flew at speed out of the open window. Unfortunately, the Wizard Earl's wife screamed loudly, fearing for her husband's safety, which condemned him to banishment with all his brave knights to another realm. The poor woman never saw her husband again, but it's said that on the 7th day of the 7th month, every 7 years, the Wizard Earl returns to the haunted tower riding a white charger, shocking any hotel guests that happen to be in the residence. It's said that when the silver horseshoes worn by his fine steed wear out, the wizard will return to Kilkee Castle for good. An interesting prospect for the present day owners. Come down from Purple Mountain, come ye through the glen, across the loch and burren, come the Irishmen. Beneath their dancing banners, as to the call they hail, the sound of fife, the sound of skin, come the children of the Gael. The fight for supremacy over the Rock of Cashel through the ages has often hinged around the struggle for Irish independence. It was once the stronghold of the kings of Munster, who claimed to rule the south of Ireland, always refusing to accept the authority of Tara. The history of this amazing rock fortress makes it one of the most battle-scarred monuments in all Ireland. From some distance away, the crag stands out dramatically, a 200-foot high limestone outcrop dominating the surrounding farmland. The ruins of a medieval cathedral stand atop, with the oldest part of this magnificent complex being Cormac's Chapel, an ancient tribute to the 12th century king who built it. Some think that his remains occupy the stone sarcophagus, but nobody can say for sure. At one point, a huge cathedral was built here by the English King Henry II, but it was always a thorn in the side of the Irish, who saw it as a symbol of England's efforts to subjugate them. Eventually, an Irish nobleman simply burnt it to the ground, and when hauled before the king to answer the charges and asked why he had done such a thing, he replied that he thought, "Didn't I think the Archbishop was inside?" The cathedral was restored, but yet again a dispute with the English caused its destruction. Oliver Cromwell isn't the most popular of historical figures in Ireland, even today, and he, along with his Roundhead army, came to enforce English rule upon Irish rebel armies. Here the men, women and children of County Tipperary sought refuge in the cathedral as fighting raged all around. But Cromwell, as legend has it, showed no mercy, with every last Irishman massacred before the sacred building was burnt to the ground once more. Consequently, in a similar way to the Hill of Tara, the Rock of Cashel has become symbolic in the legendary tales for the struggle for Irish independence. But without doubt, it also has great religious significance, as it was here that St. Patrick is said to have picked a shamrock leaf to explain the mystery of the Holy Trinity to his disciples. Of course, St. Patrick went on to much greater recognition as Ireland's patron saint. And as for the shamrock, well, you can't go far in Ireland without seeing its unmistakable image somewhere. No look at the myths and legends of Ireland could possibly be considered complete without exploring the surprisingly magical stories and mystical locations associated with St. Patrick. Not all nations are as enthusiastic about their patron saint as the Irish, with St. Patrick's Day parades and all kinds of traditions being honoured on March the 17th each year. The cynical comments of the uninitiated, loudly screaming that St. Patrick wasn't even Irish, are pretty much ignored, and it all adds to the spice of the story. Historical sources suggest that St. Patrick was born in Scotland around 373 AD, when the Romans occupied the British Isles. At the age of 16, he was kidnapped by pirates, a fairly common occurrence in such dark days of looting and pillaging, and sold into slavery in Ireland, where he was put to work looking after sheep. Some years later, he managed to escape aboard a boat to France and took up holy orders to become a priest. By the time Patrick returned to Ireland, he was in his 60s, responding to a vision he had in which the people of Ireland had been crying out, "We ask thee, boy, come once more and walk amongst us." And Patrick did just that, criss-crossing the country, spreading Christian word throughout the land, encountering more than his fair share of giants and fairy folk along the way. From the stunningly beautiful St. Patrick's Cathedral in Dublin to tiny chapels hidden in the remotest locations, the saint's well-preserved image can be seen everywhere. One of the finest examples of an abbey founded by St. Patrick is to be found at Ballintubber, which literally translates as the townland of St. Bridget's Well, there being a well close by where Patrick baptised his early convents. This remarkable abbey is exceptional in that Mass has never ceased to be celebrated here despite the best efforts of Oliver Cromwell and his Roundheads to destroy the place. Fascinating as Ballintubber is, it's the positioning of the abbey on the pilgrimage road to the holy mount Croagh Patrick that makes it of special interest. And the journey from here to the dramatic mountain where St. Patrick is said to have chased all the snakes out of Ireland is still travelled along by pilgrims to this day. And it is in fact our next destination. Croagh Patrick is a 2,510-foot high quartz-veined mountain with a very distinctive conical shape. The legend goes that St. Patrick, from the very summit, flung a bell down the steep slope, enticing the snakes and other repellent creatures of Ireland to follow it like lemmings into the sea. Each time Patrick hurled the bell, spirits rose up from the waters returning it to him, the process continuing until all the snakes were gone. Though the burning question leaves you wondering why on earth the saint should want to do such a thing. Perhaps the symbolic pagan image of the snake was an affront to Patrick's piety. But one thing's for sure, there have been no snakes in Ireland since. Of course, there are perfectly feasible scientific explanations for the absence of Irish serpentine life forms, but none of them are half so much fun. On a more serious note, Croagh Patrick is a very significant site for pilgrims, and they come in their thousands each year to trek up to the rocky path to the summit chapel. Today, the majority of pilgrims wear shoes, a luxury thought decadent by the devotees of days long since past. The 2.5-hour ascent, and the subsequent descent for that matter, must have been a torture for the barefoot souls, and from time to time, a particularly ardent pilgrim will still make the journey to the top of the mountain shoeless. However, don't think that you need to be religious to appreciate the delights of Croagh Patrick, because this beautiful mountain is well worth the climb for the lovely views to be seen all around, whatever it is that motivates you to get to the top. as our tour around the myths and legends of Ireland draws to its inevitable conclusion. There are many images, ranging from the great giant causeway of Finn McCool to the lovely locks of Tiernanog, that will remain in your mind's eye for all time. But one thing you'll definitely have realised by now is that there's never a shortage of stories and tales to delight visitors to this remarkable island. As one legend is uncovered, having taken you to some spectacular location, the next one unfolds before your very eyes, and it's never a problem working out where to begin. It's wondering when you'll ever finish that'll all too soon with a very pleasant problem that preoccupies you. But don't forget that half of the magic of Ireland comes from the Irish people themselves, where generations of storytellers have imparted great legends of the old country to their offspring. There's no shortage of folk happy to pass on the myths and legends of Ireland, and of course, just listen to the traditional songs. Whiskey in the Jar, The Irish Rover, and Molly Malone, just to mention but a few, and you'll hear even more of the country's heritage in lyrical verse. Lastly, remember that like the golden whiskey that Ireland is so famous for producing, a landscape of such epic proportion with myths and legends grown from eons of storytelling needs to be savoured slowly and at your leisure, hopefully leaving you with a mellow sense of well-being and a warm glow that'll bring you back to Ireland's rocky shores before you know it. Mention Ireland and a whole host of stereotypical images will readily spring to mind. Lush green fields, quaint whitewashed cottages, pubs, traditional music and witty repartee all have a role to play in the rest of the world's romantic notion of the place. But there's far more to Ireland than leprechauns, fiddles and poetic literature, and even the most cursory glance at the country's political and social history will paint a far more complex and on occasion deeply troubled picture. Yet this is a nation that has grown strong and determined, striding boldly into the 21st century, taking its place in modern Europe as a force to be reckoned with. Whether in terms of tourism or manufacturing, there is, after all, nothing you can do to change history. But what the Irish people intrinsically possess is a rare talent for breathing new life into the past, forging something positive from even the most negative of events. This is never more true than in the province of Irish drinking, a subject that is without doubt dear to the heart of many a true native, not to mention the refined palates of connoisseurs of such things the whole world over. The Irish are a convivial race, and sharing a drink in the local pub is as much part of today's social culture as it's ever been. For plenty of folk, the black velvet pint of Guinness with its creamy white head is the preferred tipple. But a measure of fine, smooth Irish whiskey has never been known to go amiss, despite its Scottish namesake having a much higher profile beyond the shores of the Emerald Isle. And of course, who could miss out on the ubiquitous Irish coffee with its great warming qualities, the precursor of the magical marriage of flavours that dominate the more recently invented Irish cream liqueurs. The choice is wide indeed, and in the lively atmosphere of a sociable bar, the talk will soon be flowing as freely as the drink, while stories, tall tales and a generous sprinkling of Celtic culture gently wraps you round. This programme has been designed to take you on a tour of this wonderful phenomenon, now so much a treasured part of life in Ireland, as well as having been exported across the Atlantic and even further afield. Irish pubs are certainly to be found by travellers everywhere, but you don't even need to find one of these to sample the liquid assets of Ireland. The divine Irish whiskies, evoking the spirit of tradition, combined with all the promise of the future, line heavily laden bar shelves worldwide. Such great and well-respected names as Jameson call upon busy folk as far divided as Rome, New York and Tokyo to take it easy, asking, "What's the rush?" A wonderful advertising slogan that sums up the ethos of this superb whisky. And of course, there are few bars anywhere, whichever far-flung corner of the world you happen to find yourself in, that don't serve the instantly recognisable pint of Guinness. Our first destination on this most salubrious of tours has to be Dublin, Ireland's capital city, where up to a third of the Republic's population live, joined each year by many thousands of visitors who arrive by land, sea or air to discover the joys of the Emerald Isle for themselves. Amongst the great variety of tourist attractions, including the voluptuous statue of Molly Malone, O'Connell Street and Temple Bar, you'll find two absolute gems of relatively recent addition to Dublin's esteemed guidebooks, with roots firmly embedded in the international city's past. For many people, when you talk about Irish drinks, the first thought that will come to mind will be the rich image of a glass of Guinness. There are perhaps two reasons for this. Firstly, internationally speaking, Whisky is often more generally associated with Scotland than it is with Ireland, and secondly, the advertising campaigns produced by Guinness are almost as famous as the drink itself. The first posters appeared in 1929, and as this early Christmas special illustrates, humour and imagination have always been a vital part of the scheme. A very successful tradition that continues to this day. This is the Guinness Storehouse, a spectacular new visitor attraction that is an absolute must on any tour of the city. The Guinness Brewery, the largest brewery in Europe, covers an astronomical 65 acres of central Dublin and is responsible for manufacturing and exporting the most famous stout in the world to 120 countries. The storehouse itself, a historically listed building dating back to 1904, covers almost 4 acres. And from the moment you walk in through the main entrance, the size of this 6th floor, modern yet historical presentation is overwhelming. On first impression, it's as if you've walked into a large pint glass, and there at your feet you will see the 9,000-year lease, which the 34-year-old man of vision, Arthur Guinness, signed in December 1759 when he took over St James's Gate Brewery. The annual rent was meant to be £45, and although this sounds a pittance by modern standards, it was a serious undertaking at the time, because brewing in Dublin was at a pretty much all-time low. The St James's Gate Brewery had lain idle in point of fact for some 10 years previous to this. Ale brewed in the city was of a very poor standard and was almost unknown in rural communities where whiskey, gin or poteen, a highly illegal home-brewed spirit that can still blow your socks off if you happen upon some, were all far more popular. However, ale is what Arthur Guinness started off with, but a new black beer was being produced in London and caught the great man's entrepreneurial interest. It was called porter because the porters of the huge London markets most enthusiastically favoured the drink. Arthur Guinness quickly devised his own recipe for the porter, and production began. Today we describe this beer as stout, but this is a relatively modern term that wasn't adopted until the 1920s. Arthur Guinness had a tough decision to take, which he did by bravely backing his instincts, totally ceasing the production of ale to concentrate solely on black beer. It was a move that paid dividends as early as 1769, when the first export shipment of Guinness left the Dublin factory, a tradition that has of course been maintained in some style ever since. Now when you come to the storehouse, don't expect to wander past a series of contrived exhibits with "do not touch" labels all over the place. The first images to literally assault your senses are the raw ingredients used to make Guinness. Water has never been displayed so dramatically, and it's worth pointing out here that the H2O so vital to the manufacture of Guinness does not, as has been popularly believed, come from the River Liffey, but from crystal clear sources high up in the nearby Wicklow Mountains. Barley is prepared in 3 ways: flaked, roasted and malted, before being ground together into grist and mixed with hot water in a mash tun, uniquely known in Ireland as a keeve. So far the process is very similar to that of whisky making, which we'll discover more about a little later. But things differ greatly at the next stage, when hops are added and the whole concoction is boiled to a colossally high temperature. After cooling, yeast is the next ingredient to join the mix, and fermentation then takes place over the next 48-hour period. This is the point at which you have stout. But to become Guinness, it is then matured and conditioned for further 10 days before being pumped into tankers or kegs for distribution both near and far. The sights, sounds, and even smells have been reproduced here to great effect, and you really do get a true taste of what it would have been like to have worked in Arthur Guinness's brewery all those years ago. And talking of taste, the absolute highlight of this tour is saved until last. Step inside the glass elevator and you'll be whisked skyward to the amazing Guinness Gravity Bar. The epitome of modern elegance, this glass-walled room affords you perhaps the best view of Dublin to be found anywhere. And it's here that you'll get the opportunity to taste a pint of Guinness, poured by master bar staff, who have perfected the presentation of this heady brew to an absolute art form. You just can't hurry a pint of Guinness, so be patient, because there are 6 stages to be undertaken before your drink will be served. Firstly, the glass is of vital importance. It must be cool, dry, and spotlessly clean. Secondly, the angle at which the glass is to be held to the tap must be at 45 degrees. Thirdly, the pour must be steady and sure, the handle fully forward until the glass is almost full. Fourthly, the pint must be allowed to settle until it becomes perfectly black with its distinct white creamy head. The 5th stage is the top up, when the handle is pushed back until the glass is full. And then the last stage is the presentation of the perfect pint of Guinness. A steady hand is an absolute must to ensure there is no overspill. And there you have it, one of Ireland's greatest delicacies served in the surroundings which literally reflect many of the major events in the nation's history, commemorated by Dublin's most famous landmarks. But don't feel left out. Guinness comes in bottles too, and if you pour yourself on with as much care as you can muster, the finished result will be equally pleasant. The main difference will be in the head of the drink. As there's no nitrogen in the bottle, you'll get a frothy head rather than a creamy texture of the draft version. There are still many older drinkers who much prefer the bottles of Guinness because it's what they were used to in their younger days, when this was the only way that Guinness was served. Make sure you allow plenty of time to visit the Guinness storehouse, because there is an incredible amount to see. And of course, once you're settled in the Gravity Bar with your perfectly pulled pint of Guinness, watching the hustle and bustle of Dublin going on far beneath you, you'll find little to tempt you to rush away. But rush we must, as on this tour at any rate, it's time to head across the River Liffey to a slightly more northerly district of Dublin, in search of real Irish whiskey. However, while we have such a good view of the city, we'll take a look at where we're going. You can't miss St. Patrick's Windmill, minus arms, that marks the spot of the long-gone Thomas Street Distillery. But just beyond it, you can certainly see the distinctive towers of the old Jameson Distillery, which, although no longer producing whiskey on site, is very much alive and well, continuing the fascinating story of Dublin whiskey in first-class style. Welcome to Bow Street's old Jameson Distillery. A revolutionary blend of past, present and future, which really does prove that history is alive and well, safe in the hands of Irish distillers. Blending fact and fascination with all the skill you'd expect from such fine whiskey makers. The man who gave his name to Ireland's most successfully enduring whiskey, John Jameson, opened his Bow Street distillery in 1780. an enterprising Scotsman who saw the potential in Dublin's fair city for whisky production. He founded a family dynasty that would most certainly weather the major tests of time. Today, you'll find a superb exhibition here, which tells you not only the incredible story of John Jameson, but also gives you the history of whisky making in Ireland as well. So, before we follow in the erstwhile footsteps of the first in the long line of Jamesons to produce the water of life from these Bow Street premises, we'll take a brief moment to contemplate how this remarkable land came to be the birthplace of whisky distilling after travelling Irish monks brought home the precious secrets of Arabian alchemy. Although it's impossible to precisely pinpoint the origins of whisky, it's pretty much accepted that from the 6th century onwards, Irish monks were distilling a drinkable spirit from malted barley in pot stills, similar in shape to the alembics that the Arabs have been using for the distillation of perfume. The fact that both the Scots and the Irish use the same word for this liquor is due to the shared similarities of each country's version of Gaelic, both pronouncing Ishgabah to be the water of life. Gradually, over time, this became anglicised as whisky for both nations, although the Irish whisky is always spelled with an E, while traditional Scotch always lacks this additional vowel. With plentiful supplies of soft, pure water and quality barley, rural Ireland quickly appreciated how to make use of its natural resources. And of course, good news travels fast, even in the Dark Ages. And when the Scots were visited by Irish missionaries, the secrets of distillation were also conveyed. If you travel to the north of the country today, you'll find Old Bushmills Distillery, which claims to be the oldest distillery in the world, just a stone's throw from the dramatic Giant's Causeway. The story goes that the legendary Finn MacCool, Irish giant of epic proportions, built the landmark in an attempt to reach a fair Scottish giantess who had taken his fancy across the sea. Now from here on a clear day, you can see Islay, that great bastion of Scotch whisky production, a mere 16 miles away. So it's hardly surprising that the Scots and the Irish have a shared heritage in more than a few respects. Documentation referring to Irish whisky dates right back to the early 1500s, when it was said that Ishgabah, if taken in moderation, sloweth age, strengthen youth, helpeth digestion, cutteth phlegm, abandoneth melancholy, relish the heart, lighteneth the mind, and quickened the spirit. Praise indeed for the fine concoction that was being produced the length and breadth of the country. Even the English, who had already come to blows with their Irish neighbours on a number of occasions, appreciated the quality of this heady brew, with Queen Elizabeth I renowned for enjoying a drop of Irish whisky. Her great favourite, Sir Walter Raleigh, who had more than a few Irish connections of his own, was delighted when she gave him a gift of a 32-gallon keg of the stuff in 1617, without doubt an honour for such an adventurer. However, by the end of the century, attention from across the Irish Sea was definitely not as welcome as Her Majesty's regal seal of approval. After the great Queen's death and the unification of England and Scotland, great political turmoil arose, resulting in the Civil War, which turned Parliament, led by Oliver Cromwell, against the Crown. Historically speaking, Cromwell was not a favourite with the Irish, as he was responsible for the massacre of thousands of their number in reprisal attacks on royalist supporters during the siege of Drogheda. What's more, the effect of Cromwell's civil uprising had dramatic consequences in other ways for the people of Ireland, and to be more precise, their whisky making. The aftermath of the conflict left the British Treasury chronically short of funds, and ways were sought to raise cash. Neither Irish nor Scottish whisky escaped the notice of the taxman, and a levy of 4 pence a gallon was charged. For the 2,000 Irish stills bubbling across the land, this really was adding insult to injury, and many of the wilder whisky men took to the hills, preferring to avoid the payment of duty. When an excise office was opened in Dublin and custom officials were dispatched to root out illegal production, the battle lines were drawn. Entire communities resisted the strictures, as the farmers producing the barley were as much a part of the process as the distillers, and the profession of an excise man was a dangerous one indeed, with feelings of indignation running lethally high. It took many years for the legislation to become workable, and by the time John Jameson set foot in Dublin, things were still rather chaotic. Although the Excise Act of 1823 went a long way to stabilising the process, predominantly to the advantage of the bigger producers, stills with less than 40-gallon capacity were outlawed, as it was thought that these were the most likely to be operated illegally. John Jameson and the other major distillers certainly seized the opportunity to increase the size of their operations. The Irish whisky industry was soon riding high, and despite being fewer producers, the output of spirit was consistently plentiful and of excellent quality. This is a good moment to define the differences between Scotch and Irish whiskies, because a significant development was on the horizon that would change the international perception of the drink forever. Basically, the Irish whisky process involves taking barley, which is then malted and dried in closed kilns. In Scotland, peat is used to dry the malted barleys at this stage, imparting a smoky flavour to the finished whisky, whereas an Irish whisky, such as Jameson, is much smoother and has none of the smoked peaty character of the Scotch. Then the Irish whisky is distilled 3 times against the Scottish double distillation process. This again imparts a smoothness to the Irish whisky, taking out a degree of that fire that you find in its Scottish counterpart. It isn't to say that one is better than the other, though if you ask a native of each land, they may well have a strong opinion to the contrary. It's just to say that Scotch and Irish whiskies are very different drinks, and at the end of the day, it all comes down to personal taste. Dr. Johnson, the influential English writer, who launched his dictionary in 1755, included a definition of whisky, or Ishgabar, as it was then listed. The Irish sort is particularly distinguished for its pleasant and mild flavour. In Scotland, it is somewhat hotter. This easier drinkability of the Irish version assured a wide market interest, whereas Scotch single malts were more suited to those who had acquired a taste for it. But this was all to change in favour of the Scotch export market during the 1830s, due, ironically, to the invention of a retired Irish exciseman turned distiller, who was once beaten to within an inch of his life by illegal whisky makers. Aeneas Coffey offered his invention, the pint still, which continuously distilled up to 200 gallons of spirit an hour to the big Irish distilleries. They treated his creation with scorn, insisting that real Irish whisky could only be made traditionally in pot stills. Striking a blow for authenticity may well have been their intention, but the Irish distillers, shutting their doors to Coffey, simply served to send the Irishmen to Scotland to see if they could make use of his brainchild. The canny Scottish distillers were delighted with the light-grained spirit that Coffey still produced, and with an eye firmly fixed upon lucrative export markets, used the mellow concoction to cool the fire of the fine, but sometimes fierce, Scottish malts. Blended Scotch whisky was born, and with such characters as Johnny Walker, the Kilmarnock grocer, trailblazing the new product, over a period of years it overtook all other whiskies in popularity stakes, despite the fact that today's whisky connoisseurs are often in the habit of overlooking blended Scotch brands. As the 20th century dawned, further obstacles beset the Irish distillers. But these problems, unlike the rejection of Coffey's patent still, were most definitely not of their own making. The Easter Uprising of 1916 served the British government with a salutary warning of Ireland's determination to become a free state. And after much bloodshed, this goal was finally achieved in 1922. But the residual British bad feeling denied the Irish whisky distillers access to the very valuable export markets of the still far-reaching empire, causing sales to plummet. And worse was still to come as prohibition laws in America shut down further export possibilities completely. Prohibition, known in America as the Noble Experiment, ran from 1920 to 1933, quite literally prohibiting the manufacture, transportation and sale of alcohol. This was a terrible blow for Irish whisky, which had been popular across the Atlantic, due in part to the high number of Irish Americans whose relatives had fled to the USA over the centuries during times of hardship, most notably in the potato famine in the mid-1850s. A taste of the old country was a nostalgic treat, even for the new generations who had never set foot upon Irish soil. Despite the post-war American government's moralistic intentions, the experiment proved, to say the least, to be counterproductive. Alcohol simply went black market, and drinking dens run by gangsters resulted in organised crime rising to hitherto unknown levels. Unfortunately for Irish whisky distillers, every bootleg potion concocted in any old backstreet tended to be labelled Irish whisky. And even when Prohibition was abandoned 13 years after its misconception, Irish whisky had acquired such a bad name that new imports of the genuine article were still rejected. The middle years of the 20th century were tough going for even the biggest Irish whisky names, and recovery of the previous export market share was a difficult task. At home in Ireland, whisky was as popular as ever, but this was never going to keep the industry alive. However, in 1966, steps were instigated by individual distilleries to join forces and take on the world. Jameson and Powers from Dublin merged with the Cork Distilleries Company, itself an amalgamation of 4 local distilleries, and the Irish Distillers Group took shape. Success did not come overnight, and many changes were required, including the streamlining and the pooling of resources. A brand new distillery building at Middleton on the outskirts of Cork eventually took on production for the whole group. But when Bushmills joined the association in 1972, they did retain their distillery at the County Antrim site. By the early 1980s, the benefits of the years of hard work started to pay off, but the age-old necessity for access to a well-established export market proved elusive as ever. And so it was that the French-owned drinks group Pernod Ricard came into the picture, buying the Irish Distillers Group to everyone's mutual advantage, transforming the resurging whisky market beyond recognition. Success was dramatic, and by 1995, the annual world sales of Jameson topped the 10 million bottles mark. as it earned due recognition as one of the world's top 100 spirit brands, which brings us pretty much up to the present day. And of course, this brief history has been rushed through at speed, dealing with some of Ireland's major developments in a matter of moments. But this, after all, is a programme dedicated to great Irish drinks, and it's high time we headed for the bar. A visit to Old Jameson in Bow Street is fascinating, as you've seen during our brief history lesson. But for most people, the really important part of this guided tour brings them to this bar, where they can sample a variety of whiskies with their history firmly rooted in this remarkable location. Here is a very rudimentary guide to the whiskies with a fine Dublin pedigree that you must really try for yourselves. First and foremost is the world famous Jameson, internationally acclaimed and continuing to grow in reputation quite literally as we speak. Even if you've never tasted whiskey before in your life, this blend is wonderfully accommodating. Creamily smooth with a mellow sweetness balanced by fresher floral notes, this whiskey has much to recommend it, but you'll also detect some mild woodiness with a definite sherry kick. There are those who describe this as the true spirit of Ireland, and it would be hard to find a better way of summing up this most precious example of the country's heritage. There are other Jameson's brands to look out for, including the 12-year-old, the 1780 and Jameson Gold. A very special treat is the Old Jameson Distillery 12-year-old Reserve, which is rich, smooth and sherried with a most pleasant dry note in the finish. Redbreast is another speciality to look out for, with Jameson whiskies being traditionally used for this 12-year-old pure pot still Irish brand. It's not the easiest of whiskies to find, but it's well worth the effort, as this is a fine full-bodied tipple with a ripe sherried character and an almost spicy flavour that really does enliven the palate. For anyone who's never visited the Emerald Isle, you'd be forgiven perhaps for not recognising the Powers Irish Whiskey label, but for the home market this is a great favourite. Power & Son originated in Dublin in 1791 and rapidly developed as one of the most progressive of the distilleries. Up until the late 19th century, all Irish whiskey was sold to customers in casks. But when Powers pioneered bottling on site, they not only prevented this product being adulterated by bar owners and unscrupulous merchants, but also succeeded in expanding their marketplace to include domestic customers, who could then carry their whiskey home by means other than ingestion. Powers took this a step further by introducing a miniature bottle of whiskey, a trend that quickly caught on with competitors and has continued to this day. It was claimed that the baby Power, as it was fondly described, had a 3-swallow capacity, evidently enough to encourage a liking for a full-size version. But if you get a chance, do give the Powers a try, because it does have a unique character all of its own. This whiskey is fresh and smooth, but with masses of luscious peachiness combined with rich malty flavours and a pleasantly surprising dry finish. The gold label is distinctive, and as well as the standard brand, there's also a Powers 12-year-old, which is even more delightfully rich. By the time you're ready to leave the Old Jameson distillery, not only will you have a good understanding of both the history and the practicalities of the Irish whiskey making process, but you'll also have had your appetite well and truly whetted, setting you off on an Irish whiskey trail of your very own.
Oh, as I was going over
Cork and Kerry mountains. I met Captain Farrell and his money he was counting. I first produced my pistol and then produced my rapier, saying, "Stand and deliver, for the devil he may take ya." Wisher rim ramadoo ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I counted out his money, and it made a pretty penny. I put it in my pocket, and I brought it home to Jenny. She swore she'd never leave me, well, never would she deceive me. The devil take that woman, you know, you never would be easy. Bashir and Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, being drunk and weary, I went to Jenny's chamber, and taking Jenny with me now, I never knew the danger. At about 6 or 7, well, in came Captain Farrell, and firing both my pistols, I killed him with both barrels. But sure, Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, some men they like fishing, and some men they like fowling, and some men like to hear a cannonball a-rolling. Now me I just like sleeping, especially in Jenny's chamber. Yet here I am in prison, here I am with a ball and chain ya. Wisher ramadoo ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Here we go! Yeah! Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, if any man can save me, it's my brother in the army. If I could find a station down in Cork or in Killarney, well, I'm sure he'll come and join me. We'll go roving in Kilkenny. I'll engage and treat me sweeter than me dearest darling Jenny. Bashir and Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Bashir and Ramadoo Ramadar. Whack ball my daddy-o, whack ball my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar.
Our next destination takes us all the way to Northern Ireland, leaving Dublin and its delightful whiskies far behind us. We're heading off for the old Bushmills distillery. And if it's a journey that you'd like to make yourself, just head for the Giant's Causeway and you can't miss the old Bushmills signposts. This stretch of Antrim coastline, although admittedly dominated by the amazing rock formations, is also perfect whisky making country, with an abundance of soft rolling pasture land and clear unpolluted small rivers. Of all the distilleries that you'll find, whether Irish or Scottish, Old Bushmills is unquestionably one of the most picturesque. Built on the banks of St. Colum's Rill, which flows into the River Bush, the water supply continues undisturbed, as it has, quite literally, for centuries. The first grant to distill at Bushmills, courtesy of King James I, dates back to 1608, but whisky making is actually thought to have been significant here since the 13th century. Nevertheless, the official 17th century documentation does effectively make this the oldest distillery in the world, and even more importantly, whisky is still being made here, and it's likely to remain in production for as many centuries again to come. On first impressions, Old Bushmills has more than a look of Victorian Speyside Scotland about it, which is due to a terrible fire that destroyed much of the distillery in 1855. Rebuilding was of course in the style of the period, including the beautiful pagoda towers which contribute greatly to the attractive look of the place. However, despite the success of this great Irish distillery, unlike the hundreds of others now lost in the mists of time, it hasn't been an easy history that has brought Bushmills through to the present day. Local competition was once very fierce, and when Bushmills was founded as a company in 1783, the poaching trade, although highly illegal, was very productive in this area. With peaks and troughs in trading for hundreds of years, there have been a number of closures and reopenings, but whatever, Bushmills has stood the test of time. Naturally, the stability offered by joining the Irish Distillers Group in the 1970s and the subsequent takeover by Pernod Ricard has been just what was required for this most treasured part of Ireland's heritage to continue into the 21st century and beyond. The major difference that you will notice between Old Jameson in Dublin and Old Bushmills is the delightful fact that here you are entering a fully operational distillery. Your tour guide will actually take you through the production line, and sights, sounds and smells are for real. This is a living, breathing entity, and what better opportunity could we have to take a closer look at how Irish whiskey is made. As with all Irish whisky making, we begin with the barley, which in most cases is a mix between malted and unmalted. However, Bushmills is an exception, because it is a malt distillery, using only the malted variety. After drying the malt in closed kilns, milling will take place, and the grist is then mixed with hot water in the mash tun, the huge vessel that you see here. Now here's the clever bit. The starches in the mash are converted into liquid known as wort, which is in turn pumped into these huge high-tech washbacks, where yeast is added and fermentation can begin. At the end of this stage, you now have a low-strength alcoholic brew that is now ready for a magical transformation to take place. This is the heart of the distillery, where the shining copper pot stills, unchanged almost since the dawn of time, hiss, bubble and steam the lifeblood into the whiskey. Now, as we've mentioned already, there are 3 distillations in this process. Firstly, the wash still refines the alcohol into low wines. Then the faint still continues the process with the second distillation. And lastly, the spirit still will complete the task. But surprisingly as it may sound, the finished product is still not whiskey, even after all this effort. One of the most important craftsmen that you'll find at any distillery is the cooper, remarkably skilled in the ancient tradition of barrel making and restoration. Whiskey, whether Irish or Scottish, must be matured for at least 3 years in casks to earn the right to be called so. And it is this process that turns the raw, clear alcohol into whiskey. At Bushmills, the oak casks used will previously been filled with sherry or American bourbon. This gives extra depth of flavour to the whiskey, and also the glorious golden colour will develop during this time. Despite there being so many technological advances in the whiskey making process, you'll never replace the age-old skills required for the making and seasoning of barrels. But once the task has been completed, it's time to move on to the next stage. You'll never in all your life have seen anything quite like an Irish whiskey warehouse, with barrels stacked sky high as far as the eye can see. The aroma that greets you is impossible to describe, but it is without doubt one of the most delightful smells you're ever likely to experience. What the astute nose can actually detect is the angel share, a phenomenon that is crucial to the whiskey making art. As the spirit lies dormant in its cask, air filters in through the semi-permeable oak and alcohol evaporates out to become the angel share. Today, these warehouses are guarded, as you would expect, with extreme care. But you can't help wondering how much of the lost spirit put down to the angel share in ages past actually drifted heavenward, and how much of it might have been consumed in a far more earthly fashion, and just blamed upon the angels, who could not of course be called upon for questioning. Once the waiting game is over, and the various casks of what can now be rightly called whiskey are ready, another skilled craftsman is called into the play, namely the blender, who combines the whiskies from different barrels together to achieve consistency in the variety of brands produced. After maturation in huge vats, the whiskey is then ready to be called upon for bottling at any time.
Here at Bushmills, you can actually see bottling in progress. A mesmerising activity indeed, particularly when you know what comes next on this absolutely fascinating tour.
There's just one place to go now, the aptly named 1608 bar for a spot of whiskey sampling. And we'll give you just a brief taste of what to expect from the much respected Bushmills name. Perhaps the best known of all the Bushmills brands is the Premier Black Bush Blend, winner of a gold medal at the International Wine and Spirit Competition in London. This is a quality product capable of taking on the world. This whiskey is smooth and silky soft, balancing maltiness with a mellow sherry sweet finish. And although it would be most definitely appreciated by the worthy connoisseur, equally the less experienced whiskey taster is in for a treat as well. Also, look out for the Bushmills 10-year-old malt, another world beater in competition that has a clean, crisp taste with hints of apple blossom, clover and bran. The finish is pleasingly dry with an overall softness, and once you've tried this particular whiskey, the next step has to be the Bushmills 16-year-old 3-wood single malt. Your taste buds are in for a treat with this well-balanced, full-bodied, malty, sweet sherry delicacy. The reference to the 3-wood is due to the different casks used throughout the maturation. Firstly, a 50% bourbon wood is used. Secondly, 50% sherry, and then it is finished in port pipes for the last year and a half, all of which significantly characterises this wonderful whiskey. Now, on our tour of great Irish drinks so far, we've talked a lot about the way whiskey is tasted, and for the novice, it can perhaps be just a little confusing. All you really need to remember is to consider 3 things: the smell, or the nose as this is sometimes called, the taste and the after effects. And no, that doesn't mean whether you fall over or not. Take time to experience the aroma and only take a small sip, allowing it to roll around the mouth before swallowing. Then wait, because you will find the whiskey has an aftertaste, altering on the palate and quite often finishing very differently to how it started. But as we reluctantly prepare to leave the delights of old Bushmills behind us, we'll show you how the experts do it.
Time for a rendezvous in one of Bushmill's most sacred corners as Colm Egan, head distiller, and Billy Layton, the warehouse manager, give a sample of the company's liquid assets a thorough tasting.
And now we get to the most exciting part of my day, where we get to sample the spirit after spending 21 years in this oak cask. So Billy is going to remove the bung and take a sample of the spirit inside using the Valenche. So having removed the sample, we need to take a sniff, which Billy is going to help me do. And then we need to take a taste. Full-bodied, rounded, real Madeira notes.
Yeah, you get the influence of the Madeira there with the fruitiness, the sweetness, bit of chocolate, caramel there. I think that's the one for us.
21-year-old malt, exquisite product.
Cheers.
In the merry month of May, from first to home I started, left the girls a tune so sad and broken hearted, saluted father dear, kissed me darling mother, drank a pint of beer, my grief and tears to smother, then after reap the con, leave where I was born, till the stout black dawn, the banished ghost and goblin, brand new pair of brogues, rattling over the bogs, frightening all the dogs, on the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the hare and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin, back for Aldida. Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity, soon to be deprived a view of that fine city. When I took a stroll, all among the quality, something from me stole. In the neat locality, something crossed me mind. When I looked behind, a bundle could I find upon me stick a wobble, inquiring for the road. They sent me Connacht Road, wasn't much in vogue, on the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up the hare and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin, back for Aldida. From there I got away, my spirit never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. The captain at me roared, said the room Paddy. Soon I jumped aboard a cabin found for Paddy. Down among the pigs, played some party rigs, danced some party jigs, the water round me bubbling up the Holyhead. I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hop the hare and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin, back for Aldida. Hop the hare and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way from Dublin, back for Aldida. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, my blood began to boil. Temper I was losing for all their entire. They began to put their army, so should I, shillelagh I'll fight. Some Galway boys come by and saw myself a wobbling with a loud array. Jumped in the affray and quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hop the hare and turn it down the rocky road, all the way for Dublin. Whack for Aldida, whack for Aldida, whack for Aldida.
Our next destination takes us southward to almost the centre of Ireland, the pleasant village of Kilbeggan, where you will discover one of the most fascinating Irish whisky stories ever told. This is Locke's Distillery, today a wonderful working museum that captures the very essence of the many small distilleries that were, in the industry's heyday, scattered throughout the Irish countryside. Interestingly, they can also claim to be the oldest licensed whisky distillery in the world. But of course, as all Bushmills remains in production to this day, it is indisputably Ireland's oldest working distillery. Although a licence was granted, as we've already heard, for distilling in the Bushmills area in 1608, the champions of the Kilbeggan cause point out that the first documentary evidence of legal whisky at Old Bushmills dates from 1784, giving the Kilbeggan distillery senior status, with production legitimately beginning here in 1757, hence making for the contradictory claim. But whichever way you look at it, historical technicalities won't spoil your enjoyment of this charming living exhibition, which has plenty of surprises in store for the many visitors that pass this way on the Irish Whisky Trail. It's hard to believe that just some 20 years ago this distillery had fallen into almost complete disrepair, becoming an eyesore that did nothing to encourage anyone to stop at Kilbeggan. The village folk got together and took matters into their own hands, forming a voluntary group to restore this lovely building. A 99-year lease costing the grand sum of £1 a year was signed with the landlords, and the evidence of the project's success stands before you now as a testament to Kilbeggan's forward-thinking communal endeavours. Every single person that works here or is involved on a day-to-day basis cares passionately about the place, and the welcome you'll receive is second to none. But this is not the first time that the villagers have stepped in to save their distillery. It's a time-honoured tradition, as you're about to discover. The first John Locke took over this distillery in 1843 and prospered, in part due to the great natural attributes of the district. A ready supply of turf kept the boilers well stoked, local grain was always available, and the beautiful river Brosna provided a steady flow of the purest, clearest water. However, John Locke's enlightened attitude towards man-management skills proved to be of equally vital importance. The Lockes were considered to be good employers, and workers here enjoyed many benefits. Cottages were provided for either rental or assisted purchase, and if the men had no land of their own, they were permitted to graze their animals while at work in the cow and calf park at the back of the distillery. They were also entitled to a full delivery of coal at the beginning of winter, courtesy of Lockes, and pay for it in instalments throughout the year. Management, it is said, would often turn a blind eye when it came to perhaps less traditional perks that the Lockes workers were apt to indulge in. Here you see the brewing vats, in which boiling water was heated for the mash tun, and if stories are to be believed, the men would strip off and jump in for a quick bath before the water got too hot. They would also keep a jam jar on a string about their person for dropping into the washbacks for a swig of the already potent wash brew, or pig ale as they called it, before it was pumped to the copper pot stills for distillation.
A baby's bottle on a string was equally useful. It was the perfect size to drop in through the bungholes of filled casks, for a whisky tipple to help a working man through his shift.
Not that Lockes were ungenerous in this respect, with each employee receiving a 2-shot-a-day allowance, right up until the turn of the 20th century. Such generosity on the part of the Lockes paid off in 1866, when the distillery's boiler blew up. John Locke did not have the wherewithal to replace it, and in desperate straits, it looked as if he would have to close production down. If you step into the restaurant, as a by and by, the homemade food is some of the best you'll find in Ireland, you'll immediately see a plaque commemorating what happened next. The people of Kilbeggan collected together enough money to buy a new boiler, which they then presented to John Locke, allowing the distillation of his whisky to continue undisturbed. However, when the problems we've already talked about at length hit the Irish whisky industry in the 20th century, even the great public spirit of Kilbeggan could do nothing to prevent the closure in 1957. But don't imagine that you'll be allowed to leave Loch's Museum without tasting a drop of good old Irish whiskey. Sure, you've only heard half the story. In 1989, a group of like-minded businessmen got together to form Cooley, a distillery intent on reviving some of the oldest brand names in Irish whisky that are in danger of disappearing altogether, including both Kilbeggan and Loch's. It was no easy task. Setting up a modern-day distillery is an expensive business, not least because you have to lay down your stock for a minimum of 3 years before you can even begin to recover your costs. But persevere they did, and much to the benefit of everyone, Cooley now ages its fine whiskies in the old warehouses in the Loch's Museum site. It's still early days for the Cooley stable of whiskies, and who can begin to guess what the future might hold? But one thing's for certain, the whisky is getting better with every year that passes. And while you're enjoying a step back into the past at Loch's Museum, you'll also get the opportunity to appreciate a taste of the future when you get to the bar. Your first taste here has to be Loch's Single Malt, a smooth, full-flavoured whisky that is more akin to Scotch than other Irish brands, with its delicate hint of peat. Kilbeggan is clean-tasting with a faintly grassy quality. This is a sweet, remarkably smooth blend that suits a wide range of palates. The label of Tyrconnell's Single Malt commemorates the famous victory by the racehorse Tyrconnell at incredible odds in 1876. And a lot has certainly been gambled upon the fortunes of this recent revival. Just like a racehorse, this whisky is young and lively, but be assured there's no danger of an unexpected kicking from this one. The overall character is sweet, smooth and mellow, and the whole experience is complemented by a pleasingly dry finish. Look out also for the Connemara Single Malt. This is even more peat smoked than Loch's, and has the unique distinction of being Ireland's only whisky advertised as being a peated single malt. This is one of Cooley's newest brands, aimed at offering something different to the Irish whisky market, so watch this space. There is a Connemara cask strength brew as well, and if you're feeling brave and you haven't got to drive, give this a try as well. But as it's great Irish drinks that we're enjoying in this programme, there's another new departure here worth taking a shot at. This is Elbana, an Irish whisky liqueur with a rich texture and creamy, nutty sweet flavour. It was launched in 1994 and is proving to be a very popular variation on a theme. Leaving all the breweries and distilleries on this tour has been hard, as even after just a few hours you can feel really at home sampling the excellent produce on offer. Not that this should really come as any surprise. After all, the Irish are renowned the world over for their generous hospitality, and our next port of call will certainly confirm this.
Three old chips came to our hall door. They came brave and bold moldy-o, and the one sang high, then the other sang low, and the lady sang the ragga-tagga gypsy-o. Well, she slipped up a dress of finest silk and put on a hose of leather-o. The ragga-tagga tags around the door, then she's up with the ragga-tagga gypsy-o. Well, it was late last night that the Lord came home, inquiring for his lady-o. All the girls said, on every single hand, she's gone with the ragga-tagga gypsy band. Will settle for me, my milk-white steed, for my big horses are not speedy-o. I go and find the newly wedded bride who was run for the ragga-tagga gypsy-o. Oh, well, he rode high, he rode low, he rode south and north also, till he came to the wide open field and spied that lovely lady-o. Why did you leave your home and your land? And why did you leave your money, yo? Why did you leave the newly wedded lord to be up with the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo? She said, what care I for the home and the land, and what care I for the money, yo? What care I for my newly wedded lord, when I'd rather have the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo? Now, last night you slept in your goose for the bed, the sheets turned down so bravely, yo. Tonight you'll be in the cold open field in the arms of the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo. She said, what care I for my goose for the bed, when my sheets turned down so bravely, yo. Tonight I'll be in the cold open field in the arms of the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo. Oh, you rode high when I rode low, you rode south when I rode north. I'd rather have the kiss on my yellow gypsy's lips and a miss me ragga-tagga gypsy, yo. Here we go! La 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 la.
When you arrive at the Middleton Distillery near Cork, you'll be surprised and perhaps a wee bit confused to find it's called the Jameson Heritage Centre. But that aside, you'll be mesmerised by the scale of this collection of historic buildings. Having heard so much already about the myriad of Irish whisky brands actually produced here for the entire Irish Distillers Group, the expectations are certainly high. The earliest records of this building show that it was used as a woolen mill dating from the late 1790s. However, during the Napoleonic Wars it was converted to use as an army barracks. Transformation into a distillery did not take place until 1825, when it was bought by the Murphy brothers, who certainly prospered. One of their first additions was a huge wooden water wheel, and today you can see the iron replacement that was constructed in 1852.
Look closely and you'll notice that sheaves of barley have been cast into the outer rim, a definite reference to the work being done here.
Throughout the tour that the visitor embarks upon, the size of the operation will prove most fascinating. The 6 floors of the grain store, built in 1830, are immense, and when you actually realise that each level could hold 250 tonnes of grain, you will not need to inquire of your guide why such splendid supporting flying buttresses were added to the building. Moving on past the exhibits, the dimensions of the mash tun and the washbacks appear on a very grand scale, but nothing will prepare you for the sight of the gleaming copper wash still, which to this day remains the largest of its type in the world. The condition is really quite amazing when you consider that it was more than 25 years ago that this still last ran, and it has indeed fared better than a certain other, though equally famous pot still from this distillery. A great story is told here of a past Middleton distiller by the name of Sandy Ross, who survived one of the most incredible accidents in distilling history. Supervising events one day, a still suddenly exploded, blowing him straight through the window and out into the courtyard. Remarkably, apart from scratches and bruises, the unfortunate chap was thankfully unhurt. However, he can't help feeling that his dignity may have been a little compromised as he found himself surrounded by a crowd of startled colleagues, stark naked except for his shoes and detachable collar. All ended well as the magnanimous management gave him the rest of the day off, sparing the poor man's blushes and allowing him to recover his equilibrium. When you've finished looking at the actual whisky making process here at Middleton, you will quickly realise that this distillery was once completely self-sufficient. Along with distillery staff, there were on-site coopers and even a company fire engine with a fully trained crew. Look out also for a fine collection of vehicles of various ages, all in beautifully restored regalia. As fascinating as the past is, particularly when it has been preserved as evocatively as you'll discover it has at Middleton, our attention now moves to the present, and more importantly, the future. The new Middleton Distillery, which has already been mentioned during the course of this programme as the producer of Jameson and Powers brands, is impossible to miss. But it does little to attract the visitor's notice. Constructed in 1974, the distillery just looks like any industrial unit of the time. But for the privileged few who get the chance to see what actually goes on within this veritable mecca of whisky production, the reality is something beyond anything that could be imagined. For sheer scale, this distillery is simply mind-blowing, with more than 30 different types of whisky in production. Nevertheless, despite the high-tech methods relied upon here, the familiar sights, sounds and smells of the easily recognisable copper pot stills are very much in evidence. This truly is a marriage of all the very best aspects of traditional whisky making, combined with every advantage that the very latest technological developments can offer. Nothing proves this more convincingly than Middleton's master distiller, Barry Crockett, who you can see here inspecting one of the vast warehouses. Barry was actually born in this wonderful cottage that faces the huge Middleton water wheel, where his father, the then master distiller, lived with his family. It's an enviable pedigree indeed, not to mention a very tangible link with the whisky making traditions, upheld for more than a century and a half at this perfectly adapted location. There's an old saying that you might hear in these parts: the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And for anyone who needs convincing that these mass-produced whiskies are as good as their ancestry, a trip to the Heritage Centre's bar will dispel any doubt. You'll actually see Barry Crockett's signature on the labels of Middleton very rare, his much respected name guaranteeing this exceptional product. Annual bottling of this limited edition has been taking place since 1984, and it is Ireland's most exclusive whisky. Firstly, you'll experience a very fine scented nose, and when you actually taste this heavenly brew, there are distinct hints of almonds, luscious fruit, honey and herbal spice. The finish is rich and velvety and seems to go on forever, much to the delight of anyone who tracks down this wonderful example of the whisky maker's art. It would be impossible to come to Midleton and not search out the famous Paddy whisky that originated in Cork. The official title at the beginning of the 20th century was Cork Distilleries Company Old Irish Whisky, which you have to admit was a bit of a mouthful to ask for at the bar. However, by about 1910, an ebullient salesman for the firm changed all that, and in doing so became a household name in Ireland. Paddy Flaherty knew a thing or two about selling whisky. Spending to accumulate, buying everyone around the drinks at the bar, pretty soon people started to ask for a tot of Paddy Flaherty's whisky, which inevitably got abbreviated to a glass of Paddy's, and the name stuck. Today, you'll find Paddy Old Irish Whisky well represented, and this light, fresh tipple is as palatable as ever. There are some folk who mourn the loss of the small independent whisky distilleries in Ireland, but rationalisation by the Irish Distillers Group has achieved a great deal in a surprisingly short amount of time. Undoubtedly, the future of Irish whisky is now in the safest of hands, and brands that would otherwise quite literally have evaporated into extinction are available for us all to enjoy. As we leave Midleton behind us, our tour of Irish whiskies completed, it's time to move on and consider a couple of very famous drinks in which whisky of the Irish variety is most definitely the key ingredient. There is nothing quite like an Irish coffee to warm the body and soul. With a generous measure of whisky, rich dark coffee, and a topping of velvety soft double cream, it's the epitome of Irish tradition itself. But when you investigate this particular story a little further, you realise that Irish coffee is actually a very recent addition to this fine country's wonderful drinks repertoire. Before the invention of the jet engine, non-stop flights from America to the United Kingdom were the stuff of dreams. But with the advent of flying boats, transatlantic travel was possible, with a brief stopover at Foynes on the west coast of Ireland. The passengers would arrive chilled to the bone, and in 1942, Chef Joe Sheridan came up with the warming Irish coffee to send them off on their way, heartened and cheered to complete the next leg of the journey. We've come to the Arlington, one of Dublin's premier hotels, with the most traditional Irish bar that you could ever hope to find, to see how Irish coffee is made. The whisky is first, crucial and of course generous and Irish. Then the steaming coffee is added and sugar. It's no good missing out the sugar, because if you do, the cream will just not float. The next step requires a teaspoon and a steady hand as the cream is slowly teased into place. The finished result certainly puts you in mind of a perfect pint of Guinness, but one taste and you will know that this is where the similarity ends. And of course, when somebody comes up with a winner of an idea like Irish coffee, it inspires others to experiment with the flavours and ingredients. If you asked any number of people to name Irish drinks, nearly all of them will put Bailey's high up on their list. This is an Irish cream liqueur that was launched in 1974, combining cream and whiskey with just a hint of chocolate. It has proved to be phenomenally successful, and at the present time accounts for 1% of Ireland's total export trade. It's a drink that truly appeals to all ages, and as you see demonstrated here at the Arlington, the only issue in question is when to add the ice. Watch out for other whiskey cream liqueurs on the market, notably Carolyn's with a more honeyed flavour and Emmett's with a toffee and chocolate mellow finish. One of the newest variations upon this theme is Sheridan's, with its distinctive half and half bottle. It has taken a while to become established, because at first perhaps people were suspicious that this was a gimmick, but it really is a spectacular drink that is now extremely popular in its own lucrative niche of this highly specialised market.
Tipperary hurling is at its highest and it's a drawing game today, but we will win the next day.
Like a good evening spent with pleasant company in a traditional Irish bar, it's a sad moment when last orders are called, and you know it's time to wend your merry way homeward. Sadly, our time on this tour of great Irish drinks is also coming to an end, despite the fact that there are plenty of other wonderful possibilities that we've just not been able to visit on this occasion. Whether it's whiskey that tickles your fancy, a pint of stout, a creamy liqueur or a warming Irish coffee, hopefully this programme will have given you plenty of inspiration to broaden your horizons. However, one thing's absolutely for certain: a taste of the liquid assets of Ireland can prove very satisfactory indeed. And if you get to the shores of the Emerald Isle to imbibe of a glass of whatever's your pleasure, wherever it happened to have been brewed, it will of course taste all the better. So, here's a fine old Irish toast to bid you farewell and to wish you all the very best in traditional style. Health and long life to you, the wife of your choice to you, a child every year to you, the land without rent to you, and may you be half an hour in heaven before the devil knows you're dead. Sláinte.
I'm just so happy that Tipperary are in the hurling final. Actually, I have the 10 seconds up, but Tipperary hurling is the greatest.
Properly, right.
Okay, Tipperary hurling is
Wait
at
for
its...
me.
Tipperary hurling
Wait for
is...
me. Go.
Tipperary hurling is at its highest and its...
Tipperary.
that we're... Oh, Tim! It's a drawn game today, but we will win the next day.
I Tim!
Oh, Tim! We have a copy of this, but...
Oh, as I was going over the Cock-and-Kerry Mountains, I met Captain Farrell and his money he was counting. I first produced my pistol and then produced my rapier, saying, "Stand and deliver, for the devil he may take ya." Wisher-rim, ramadoo, ramadar. Whack ball, my daddy-o, whack ball, my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I counted out his money, and it made a pretty penny. I put it in my pocket, and I brought it home to Jenny. She swore she'd never leave me, well, never would she deceive me. The devil take that woman, you know, you never would be easy. Wisher-rim, ramadoo, ramadar. Whack ball, my daddy-o, whack ball, my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Ramadoo-ramadar. Whack ball, my daddy-o, whack ball, my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, being drunk and weary, I went to Jenny's chamber, and taking Jenny with me now, I never knew the danger. At about 6 or 7, well, in came Captain Farrell, and firing both my pistols, I killed him with both barrels. Wisher-rim, ramadoo-ramadar. Whack ball, my daddy-o, whack ball, my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, some men they like fishing, and some men they like fowling, and some men like to hear a cannonball a-rolling. Now me, I just like sleeping, especially in Jenny's chamber. Yet here I am in prison, here I am with a ball and chain ya. Wisher-rim, ramadoo-ramadar. Whack ball, my daddy-o, whack ball, my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Here we go! Yeah! Ramadoo-ramadar. Whack ball, my daddy-o, whack ball, my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Well, if any man can save me, it's my brother in the army. If I could find a station down in Cork or in Killarney, well, I'm sure he'll come and join me. We'll go. I'll engage and treat me sweeter than me dearest darling Jenny. Wisher-rim, ramadoo-ramadar. Whack ball, my daddy-o, whack ball, my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Wisher-rim, ramadoo-ramadar. Whack ball, my daddy-o, whack ball, my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I'll tell me ma when I go home, the boys won't leave the girls alone. They pulled my hair and stole my comb. Well, that's alright till I go home. She is handsome, she is pretty, she's the belle of Belfast City. Who's she caught? 1, 2, 3. Please, will you tell me who is she? Albert Mooney says he loves her, and all the boys are fighting for her. Knock on the door and ring on the bell. Oh, my true love, are you well? Out she comes as white as snow, rings on the fingers and bells on the toes. Old Johnny Marie says she'll die if she doesn't get the fella with the roving eye. and the rain and the hail blow high, snow come tumbling from the sky. She's as nice as apple pie, she'll get her own lad by and by. When she gets a lad of her own, she won't tell them more when she comes home. Let them all come as they will, it's Albert Mooney she loves still. Well, I'll tell me ma when I go home, the boys won't leave the girls alone. They pulled my hair, stole my comb, well that's alright till I go home. She is handsome, she is pretty, she's the belle of Belfast City. Who she caught in 1, 2, 3, please will you tell me who is she? Young boy, they called me Coachy lad. I sang the songs of Ireland, but I sang them rather bad. And me mother didn't like it, she told me it was cat. And halfway through the Galway shawl, she hit me with a baseball bat. I've been beat up in Killarney, I've been stabbed in Limerick town. In County Clare I didn't dare, they said they'd gun me down. In Dublin City, Ballymun, I was trampled by a horse. And by the time I got to Skibbereen, it was even bloody worse. I'm going away, hey, to the USA, I'm going away, hey, to the USA. Well, I love you, dear old Ireland, and you know I love you best. But I'm up to sing the Irish songs out in the Wild West. I joined a local choir boy, just was bringing me to tears. But when I looked up at Father Ted, he was bleeding from the ears. He took me to one side and said, "This isn't what we want. If you come back here with a voice like that, I'll drown you in the font." I've been beat up in Killarney, I've been stabbed in Limerick town. In County Clare I didn't dare, they said they'd gun me down. In Dublin City, Ballymun, I was trampled by a horse. And by the time I got to Skibbereen, it was even bloody worse. I'm going away, way, to the USA, I'm going away, way, to the USA. Well, I love you, dear old Ireland, and you know I love you true. I'm just hoping the Americans don't beat me black and blue. I landed in America, and I didn't have a dime. But the one thing kept me going was that my voice was in its prime. I sang the fields of Athenry, I sang the Derriere, and now I'm in the back of a Cadillac, and I'm a millionaire. I'm the king of New York City, I got the key to Boston town. And when I go up to Chicago, the women pull me trousers down. I've got a Winnebago and a Harley Davidson. The people in America think I am number one. I'm gonna stay, stay in the USA. I'm gonna stay, stay in the USA. I love you, dear old Ireland, you know I love you best. But I'm out just singing Irish songs out in the Wild West. Yeehaw! Oh, winter was broad in the high hills and mountains, and dark were the clouds o'er the deep rolling sea. I first spied the lassie as daylight was dawning, when she was asking the road to sweet Carronlough Bay. Says I, me wee lassie, I can and will tell you, oh, how many miles and how far it might be. But if you'll consent, I'll convey you to be there, and I'll show you the road to sweet Carronlough Bay. Just go down by the churchyard, cross over the river, and down past the gravestones and on to the sea. We'll stop at Pat Tamil's and have a wee drop there, and I'll show you the road to sweet Carronlough Bay. Here's a health to Pat Tamil, likewise the wee lassie, and every laddie that's listening to me. Oh, there, turn your back on your bonny wee lassie when she's asking the road to sweet Carronlough Bay. And mountains, and dark were the clouds o'er the deep rolling sea. I first spied the lassie as daylight was dawning, when she was asking the road to sweet Carronlough Bay. She was asking the road to sweet Carronlough Bay. She was asking the road to sweet Carronlough Bay. And the ladies on the ragga-tagga gypsy, oh. Well, she slipped up a dress of finest silk and put on a hose of leather, oh. The ragga-tagga tags around the door, then she's up with the ragga-tagga gypsy, oh. Well, it was late last night that the Lord came home, inquiring for his lady, oh. All the girls said, on every single hand, she's gone with the ragga-tagga gypsy band. Saddle for me, my milk-white steed, for my big horses and not speedy, oh. I go and find the newly wedded bride who was run for the ragga-tagga gypsy, oh. Oh, well, he rode high, he rode low, he rode south and north also, till he came to the wide open field and spied that lovely lady, oh. Leave your home and your land, and why did you leave your money, yo? Why did you leave the newly wedded lord to be up with the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo? She said, what care I for the home and the land, and what care I for the money, yo? What care I for my newly wedded lord, when I'd rather have the ragga-tagga gypsy, yo? Now, last night you slept in your goose for the bed, the sheets turned down so bravely, oh. Tonight you'll be in the cold open field in the arms of the ragga-tagga gypsy, oh. She said, what care I for my goose for the bed, when my sheets turned down so bravely, oh. tonight I'll be in the cold open field in the arms of the breathtaking gypsy, oh. Oh, you rode high when I rode low. You rode south when I rode north. I'd rather have the kiss on my yellow gypsy's lips and a miss me raggle-taggle gypsy, oh. Here we go! La 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 la.
Well, I've been a wild rover for many's the year, and I spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with the golden great store, and I never will play the wild rover no more. Sure, it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kid.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never. Well, I came to an alehouse I used to frequent, and I told the landlady my money was spent. Well, I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. She said custom like yours I could have any day, and it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kid.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never. I pulled up from me pockets 10 sovereigns bright, and the landlady's eyes opened wide with delight. She said, I have the whiskey, the wines of the best, and the words I just told you were only in jest. Sure, it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kid.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. Here we go! And it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kid.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. I'll go home to me parents, confess what I've done, and I'll ask them to pardon their prodigal son. Oh, and when they've caressed me as of time before, I never will play the wild rover no more. Sure, it's no, nay, never.
Right up your kid.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. One last time. It's no, nay, never.
Right up your kid.
No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, nay, never, no more. In the merry month of May, from first to home I started, left the girls a tomb so sad and broken hearted, saluted father dear, kissed me darling mother, drank a pint of beer, my grief and tears to smother, then up to reap the corn, leave where I was born, cut the stout black dawn, the banished ghost and goblin, brand new pair of brogues, rattling over the bogs, frightening all the dogs, on the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the hare and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin, back for Aldida. Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity, soon to be deprived a view of that fine city. When I took a stroll, all among the quality, something from me stole. In the neat locality, something crossed me mind. When I looked behind, no bundle could I find. Upon the stick, a wobble inquiring for the road. They said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue. rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the hair and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin. Whack for Aldita. From there I got away, my spirit never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. The captain at me roared, said the roving Paddy. Soon I jumped aboard a cabin found for Paddy. Down among the pigs, played some party rigs, danced some hearty jigs. The water round me bubbling up the Holyhead. I wish myself was dead, or better far instead. On the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the hair and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way for Dublin. Whack for Aldita. One, two, three, four, 5. Up the hair and turn it down the rocky road, and all the way from Dublin. Back for Aldita. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, my blood began to boil. Temper I was losing for all their entire. They began to put their army, so should I to Shillelagh Island fight. Some Galway boys come by and saw myself a wobbling with a loud array. Jumped in the affray and quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Dublin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up the hair and turn it down the rocky road, all the way for Dublin. Whack for Aldita, whack for Aldita, whack for Aldita. Yoo!
When you're standing by the ocean and you're looking to the west, like an old man once told me, there's a feeling that you get. When that feeling is of sorrow or of love that life denies, I'll play seashells to your ears and put pennies on your eyes. Now with those seashells you will hear all the tears of the world. With those pennies you will find just what life's really worth. When I'm standing on this headland and my spirit's on the sea, through the deep blue velvet sky, a star burns out for me. But seashells and pennies are all I can give. You can't live a life that's already lived. Will the seashells still sound the same when the pennies roll down the drain, and the one that you've loved is dying and drifting away, and the fire that drives you has gone out this day? when your feeling is of sorrow or love that life denies. I'll play seashells to your ears and put pennies on your eyes. But seashells and pennies are all I can give. You can't live a life that's already lived. But seashells all sound the same when the pennies roll down the drain, and the one that you loved is dying and drifting away. And the fire that drives you has gone out this day. As I went home on a Monday night, as drunk could be, I saw a horse outside me door, where my old horse should be. Well, I called me wife and said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns that horse outside the door, where my old horse should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you can't see. Sure, that's a lovely pig me mother sent to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but a pig with a saddle on I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Tuesday night, as drunk could be, I saw a coat behind me door, where my old coat should be. Well, I called me wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns that coat behind the door, where my old coat should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely blanket that me mother sent to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but buttons in the blanket, well, I never saw before. Well, as I went home on a Wednesday night, as drunk could be, I saw a pipe upon me chair, where my old pipe should be. I called me wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns that pipe upon the chair, where my old pipe should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely tin whistle me mother sent to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but tobacco in a tin whistle, well, I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Thursday night, as drunk could be, I saw 2 boots beneath the bed, where my 2 boots should be. Well, I called me wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns those boots beneath the bed, where my 2 boots should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely geranium pots me mother sent to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, with laces in geranium pots I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Friday night, as drunk could be, I saw a little head upon the bed, where my little head should be. I called me wife and I said to her, Will you kindly tell to me who owns that head upon the bed where my little head should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's so lovely, baby boy, me mother sent to me. There's been in the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but a baby boy with his whiskers on I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Saturday night, as drunk could be, I saw 2 hands upon my wife's breasts, where my 2 hands should be. I called my wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns those hands upon your breasts, where my 2 hands should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old devil, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely plate explore me mother sent to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, well, a plate explore with fillers on I never saw before. Well, as I went home on Sunday night, as drunk could be, Lord, I saw a little thing whittling around upon the bed, where my little thing should be. I called me wife and I said to her, will you kindly tell to me who owns that thing upon the bed, where my little thing should be? Ah, you're drunk, you silly old fool, still you cannot see. Sure, that's a lovely sausage me mother sent to me. There's many the day I travelled 100 miles or more, but a sausage with a sou'wester on I never saw before. La 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 la. Hey! Dublin's first city, where the girls are so pretty, I first laid my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Was a fishmonger, and sure 'twas no wonder, for so were her mother and father before. And they both wheeled their barrows through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. No one could save her, and that was the end of poor Molly Malone. Now her ghost wheels a barrow through the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Oh, the lark in the morning, she rises off her nest and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy, she whistles and she sings, and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wings. Well, Roger the ploughboy, he is a dashing blade, goes whistling and singing down through the leafy glade. He met with Dark Susan, she's handsome, I declare, and far more exciting than the birds all in the air. The lark in the morning, she rises up her nest, she comes home in jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy she whistles and she sings, and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wing. Well, as they were coming home through the rakes of the town, the grass had been all mown and the hay had been cut down. Well, let your chance to tumble all in the new moon hay. Oh, kiss me now or never, love, the bonny lass did say. The lark in the morning she rises up her nest, and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy she whistles and she sings, and comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wings. Long weeks they were over and the past. Her mammy asked the reason why she tickled round the waist. It was the handsome ploughboy, the handsome girl did say, that caused me for to tumble all in the new moon hay. The lark in the morning she rises up her nest, she comes home in the evening with the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy she whistles and she sings, she comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wings. It's a health to all you ploughboys wherever you may be, that likes to have your bonny lasses sitting on your knee. With a pint of good strong porter you'll whistle and you sing, for a ploughboy is as happy as a prince or as a king. The lark in the morning she rises up her nest, she comes home in the evening with the jewel on her breast. And like the jolly ploughboy she whistles and she sings, she comes home in the evening with the jewel on her wings.
Well, in the year of our Lord 1806, we set sail for the cold Key of Cork. We were sailing away with a cargo of bricks for the Grand City Hall in New York. With an element craft for Rick, Fore and Daft, oh, how the wild waves drove her. She had 23 masts and stood several blasts, and they called her the Irish Rover. Well, there was Barney McGee from the banks of the Lee, there was Hogan from County Tyrone, there was Johnny McGurk, who was scared stiff of work, and your man from Westmeath called Malone. There was Slugger O'Toole, drunk as a roll, and fighting Beltracy from Dover, and your man Mick McCann from the banks of the Bann, and the skipper of the Irish Rover. Well, we had 1 million bags of the best Sligo rags, and 2 million barrels of bone, 3 million bales of old nanny goats' tails, and 4 million barrels of stone, 5 million hogs, 6 million dogs, 7 million barrels of porter. We had 8 million sides of old blind horses' hides in the hold of the Irish Rover. Sailed 7 years, the measles broke out, the ship lost its way in the fog, and the whole of the crew was reduced down to 2, just myself and the captain's old dog. The ship struck a rock, hey! Oh, what a shock, hey! Oh, it turned right over. Ah, well, it turned 9 times around, and the poor old dog was drowned. 2, 3, and the last of the Irish Rovers.
Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the flowers lay dying. 'Tis you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed or white with snow. 'Tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh Danny boy, I love you so. And if you come when all the flowers are dying, and I am dead as dead I may well be, you'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave there for me. And I shall hear the soft church tread above me, and all my dreams will warmer, sweeter be. And if you bend and tell me that you love me, then I shall sleep in peace until you come to me. White with snow, 'tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh Danny boy, I love you so. P stands for Paddy, I suppose. J is for my love, John. And the W stands for false will yo. Johnny is the fairest man. Oh, as I went out the other day to take a pleasant walk, I sat myself down upon an old stone wall to hear two lovers talk. I had to hear what they might say, my dear, to hear what they might say. so that I might learn a little more about love before I go my way. And it's P stands for Paddy, I suppose. J is for my love, John. The W stands for false will yo. Johnny is the fairest man. Johnny is the fairest man, my dear. Johnny is the fairest man. And I don't care what anybody says, but Johnny is the fairest man. Yeah. Well, come and sit you down upon my knee before we're out of time. For I know you've another little lad, and now your heart's not mine. Oh, well, no, my heart's not yours, she said. No, we're out of time. For I do have another little lad, and now my heart's not mine. And it's P stands for Paddy, I suppose. J is for my love, John. And the W stands for false will yo. Johnny is the fairest man. Johnny is the fairest man, my dear. Johnny is the fairest man. And I don't care what anybody says, for Johnny is the fairest man. Well, now I'll go and I'll climb a tall, tall tree and steal the wild bird's nest. For when I come back down again, I'll know which girl's the best. But if you don't love me, I'll sail far away, go off and fight the war. And I will be in America, Spain, and I'll come back no more. And it's P stands for Paddy, I suppose. J is for my love, John. And the W stands for false will yo. Johnny is the fairest man. Johnny is the fairest man, my dear. Johnny is the fairest man. And I don't care what anybody says, for Johnny is the fairest man. Oh, Johnny is the fairest man, my dear. Johnny is the fairest man. And I don't care what anybody says, Johnny is the fairest man. Here we go, lads! Young boy, they called me Coachy lad. I sang the songs of Ireland, but I sang them rather bad. And me mother didn't like it, she told me it was cat. And halfway through the Galway shawl, she hit me with a baseball bat. I've been beat up in Killarney, I've been stabbed in Limerick town. In County Clare I didn't dare, they said they'd gun me down. In Dublin City, Ballymun, I was trampled by a horse. And by the time I got to Skibbereen, it was even bloody worse. I'm going away, hey, to the USA, I'm going away, hey, to the USA. Well, I love you, dear old Ireland, and you know I love you best. But I'm off to sing the Irish songs out in the Wild West. I joined a local choir boys, it was bringing me to tears. But when I looked up at Father Ted, he was bleeding from the ears. He took me to one side and said, "This isn't what we want. If you come back here with a voice like that, I'll drown you in the font." I've been beat up in Killarney, I've been stabbed in Limerick town. In County Clare I didn't dare, they said they'd gun me down. In Dublin City, Ballymun, I was trampled by a horse. And by the time I got to Skibbereen, it was even bloody worse. I'm going away, way, to the USA, I'm going away, way, to the USA. Well, I love you, dear old Ireland, and you know I love you true. I'm just hoping the Americans don't beat me black and blue. me going was that my voice was in its prime. I sang the fields of Athenroy, I sang the Derriere, and now I'm in the back of a Cadillac, and I'm a millionaire. I'm the king of New York City, I got the key to Boston town, and when I go up to Chicago, the women pull me trousers down. I've got a Winnebago and a Harley Davidson. The people in America think I am number one. I'm gonna stay in the USA. I'm gonna stay in the USA. I love you, dear old Ireland. You know I love you best, but I'm out just singing Irish songs and